give you the information we had. But somehow there was some information that was still lacking. Not because they're not out there, but because they're in books, they're on YouTube, there are places that we need to go and search them out. So it came to my mind and said, why is it that the education is lacking in the system? Why do we not know? Why have we not been informed? It's because our history has somehow been removed from places where we can easily access them. We are not being taught in school. That is why Bead is here. Bead is here to do for us what should have been done for us in primary school and secondary school. Tell us about our Biafran history. Do we all agree with that? Yes. That is why we have Bead. I go further to say, part of our history not being known. How do we then, what you don't know, you cannot pass to other people. How do we then pass the information to our children? So after May 30th of 2018, after the program at Trafalgar Square, I began to have this burden in me that we have to do something that will help us gather together, not always here. Even when we're having our zonal meetings, when we're with each other talking, we have the urge to talk about our history. And I presented it to my Kent family, and I said there is need. It wasn't called Bead then. I just said there is this burden, this desire in me to have our education passed to other people, to get to know about Biafra, to get to know about our history. And when I said it in the meeting, all I did was inform them. And I had the opportunity also to inform our then UK National Coordinator, Dr. Justice Ukachaloid. And he just said to me, write me a proposal about this idea you have. And I wrote the proposal, and he said, okay, we'll go for it. So between May 30th of 2018 and August, we had our first Bead. And that is the history of where we are today, because there's a need for us to educate ourselves, educate our children of our past, our present, and our future. So I welcome you to Bead 2022. In all the various Bead episodes in 2018 was a vast history of everything about Biafra. We moved to having different topics. And at a point, we had to do the genocide that occurred during the Biafran Civil War, Biafra-Nigeria Civil War. And today, we're here because there were some people that found it, they couldn't stand the thought of Biafrans going through what they were going through. They couldn't understand why the world was keep turning a blind eye, why the world kept quiet. And those people, they brought the humanity came to being. And they said, no, something has to be done. They saw the children that were going hungry, the adults, the women that couldn't feed their babies. And they said, no, we have to speak for Biafrans. And that's why we're here today, to remember the humanitarian aid rendered to Biafra during the Civil War. We're here to recognize it, to let them know, to let their families know, to let the world know that we never forgot, that they stood up for us and they stood out and said, no, we'll not keep quiet and watch Biafrans suffer this way. So we're here today to remember them, to talk about what they did for us, and to let them understand, let the world understand that, no, you might hide our history, but we never forget. We always, always remember. I welcome you all and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuwada Chichi. Please, we have to watch the clip, but it's going to be played now on the screen. And we also have to meditate on that. This is our history. We have to tell our story by ourselves. The enemy cannot tell our stories for us. Thank you.
There's a slight change to the program. We may have a program. Our Lord Carol Chippenham Monday was supposed to give us a talk about how Nigeria started out. Unfortunately, she's not able to make it today, and we pray for a speedy recovery. That leaves us with a definition of genocide, because before the humanitarians moved in, there was something they were witnessing throughout the world. That's what provoked the response. So we need to try and define genocide. What is it? Some people are a bit confused about it. So because of time, we're going to take a quick clip from what one of our doctors did a lecture, gave a lecture before In fact, it was last year with the Fatherlands group as well were involved. We think that is a good research on what the definition of genocide is. But because of time constraint, we're going to just take a few minutes of it, and then we'll move on. And myself and Dele will then go into a little bit more detail about what the genocide did to people before the response from the somebody else.
Put it in your laptop. Mine is not connected.
Okay.
Just want to put it.
Whilst we're being defeated by technical difficulties, the issues are, some people did not agree, whether you Biafrans or friends of Biafrans like it or not, that what happened to us was genocide. I read somewhere the argument is, some people in their mind, is that to have had genocide, you have killed the whole tribe, or religious, or whatever group. When you kill them all off, then you have committed genocide. But it's not really what you define it as. You don't want to get to the stage where everybody dies before you can say you've committed genocide. In fact, during the Biafran War, someone said, if we wait for that stage and all Biafrans are killed, then there'll be nobody to complain there was genocide. So we want to prevent it from happening, and that's exactly what the Genocide Convention went about to achieve, because there was a great wall of silence when the Jews were being massacred during the Second World War, gas chamber and so on and so forth. But when they came to look at it, the Jews themselves said never again, okay? And because they said never again, there was also a convention which recognized that you can't, this is not how you treat a human being. I've been in myself, in school days, been in an opportunity to go to a place called Belsen. Belsen is in Germany. It's one of the concentration camps. Some people say Auschwitz was one of the worst ones near Poland, or in Poland, but the one in Belgium was, the one called Belsen, B-E-L-S-E-N, I don't know how the exact pronunciation, was in Germany. So at the school days we went there, and I was horrified, even though I just survived the Biafran War, the way the Jews were treated, because it was happening within a suburb of Germany, and people were just going about their normal business. But when the war ended, for some unknown circumstance, one of my school teachers was one of the British soldiers that went through that town. It just happened. So they described that people didn't even know what was happening in their back garden. But after when the British or the Allied forces went through that area, they called the locals to come and help clear the bodies. They were being shoved in with caterpillars into mass graves. Some of the graves of 250,000 people buried in it. It was really horrible. So that was the Jewish experience in just one concentration camp. And if you've seen any of these, in being to Israel, to Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial, you will feel the pain of those people. But as for us, what we went through is slightly different, and you say, oh, it's a history. But if I can tell you the history, and it has stopped, and it's a history, then we will not be in here talking about it. It's a history that happened, and it's still continuing. So in one of my talks, I call it Genocide Biafra. No, genocide on Biafra can be defined as Genocide Nigeriana. Okay? Why is it Genocide Nigeriana? It's a type of genocide which is only unique to Nigeria. It's the longest running genocide on this planet. It's still ongoing since May 1966. It hasn't stopped, technically. Okay, so I call it Genocide Nigeriana. It's like the Jewish Holocaust, some numbers without the gas chambers. Okay? There's great evidence about the genocide our people have gone through. I'm not making it personal because I survived the war as a child. But when you look at the evidence, you know that definitely there was genocide. Before the war, during the war, and after the war. Okay? And we need to know that before somebody hijacks the story, as the National Secretary was telling us, someone hijacks the story and tells it in a different way. And so there was no genocide. We wouldn't even teach you history at school. We sweep the history under the carpet. So it's up to you people. You have 24/7 electricity to research, look into it, find out yourself. Your parents, the first generation, what I call the O'Grady generation, I praise them because the class of 66, 70 were really brilliant human beings. They survived something which is really difficult to put to words. Some of them choose not to talk about it, and that is the problem. And those who could talk about it are very saddened if they do. So the duty of us, every single one of us, especially veterans, is to record what happened. Because the first time we had a lecture in this hall about Biafra, or the Bead lecture, the inaugural speaker was the person who looked after Umahia Hospital during the war. He's Dr. Shepherd. He was 94 when he came and sat in this very seat and explained to us his experience. So our parents, those who went through the war, don't really have any excuse apart from the emotional trauma to record for the next generation what happened. Are we ready? Okay. So I just want to keep it there. If you give me this microphone, I talk all day, I know. So let's hear from Dr. Uche, who is not available today, to give us a little talk about what genocide is as defined convention. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm actually speaking from Sunderland, UK. My name is Uche Anuago. I'm a medical doctor and an epidemiologist. I'm currently trying to find my way around family medicine or family general practice, as we call it here. So I'm in my last year of training for that. So that's my second specialty qualification. So I'm just going to briefly take us through what genocide is. We are going to look at the definitions. We are going to look at the use or the politics of language. We are going to explore the meanings, and we are going to drive this from Rwanda to Biafra to Armenia to Guatemala, wherever it is. So let's go on. Okay. So this quote from Kofi Annan actually sums it up for me. And he said that a genocide begins with the killing of one man, not for what he has done, but because of who he is. Let us keep this at the back of our mind and reflect as I take us through genocide. Killing of somebody simply for who he or she is. Okay, so and I'm going to take us through this format: what is genocide, the politics of language of genocide, and steps to genocide. We briefly explored the situation today. I am aware that other speakers are going to explore deeper the other aspects of it, and what I term the call for action. So let us just take the very simple dictionary meaning is the systematic process of killing a large group of people. It begins with one person, as Kofi Annan told us. Another keyword there is the deliberate. So it's deliberate. It's a deliberate and systematic destruction of a group of people because of their ethnicity, religion, race, or nationality. And it's derived from the Greek word genus, which means race or tribe or nation, and the Latin term side, which means killing. So if you put it side by side, it's sort of racial killing or killing someone because of. So the works of Raphael Lemkin, a Polish-born jurist who served as an advisor to the U.S. Department of War, was quite key in defining this term and mainstreaming it, in fact making it part of our language today. And the other synonyms of phrases relating to genocide is physical destruction, intent to destroy, indiscriminate killing, wholesale killing, and the rest of them. So we carry on. And now, if we look at genocide in greater details as by the Genocide Convention, which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948, and this came into force in 1951. So it went on to further broaden the scope of genocide to include any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy. Intent to destroy. So whether in whole or in parts, in national, ethnic, racial, or religious groups. So the other acts of genocide, which are going to list about 5 of them: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to the members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to prevent deaths within the group, or forcibly transferring children from one group to another. So all these things are classified as acts of genocide. And so if you look at this genocide, the Genocide Convention adopted by the UN, you can see that it includes a mental element, that's the intention to cause harm, to destroy. Then it also has the physical elements, which I've listed about 5 things previously. And these must occur concurrently for you to prove that the genocide has occurred under international law. Another thing too that we need to be aware of is that genocide can take place both in time of war and in time of peace. So let us not be carried away thinking that it's only maybe during war that you can have this. And it's also an internationally recognized crime. It's a crime against humanity. And it is also punishable under Article 3 of the Genocide Convention. So if there is an act of genocide, if there is conspiracy to commit genocide, if there is incitement to commit genocide, if there is an attempt or if there is complicity in committing genocide, so one can actually be tried based on these 5 things. So genocide itself, the conspiracy to commit it, inciting people to do that directly or indirectly, then attempting to do it, and maybe being complicit in the planning or execution or both of it. So when we go down to the politics of the language, and this is where it gets a bit tricky. And if you look at the definition of genocide, we can see that we have many cases that should probably be labeled as genocide at various scales across the globe, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to label them so. Now, the reasons I found out were, one, who is actually committing this? So you can imagine when countries or some bigger countries commit this, it is swept under the carpet. So whether it's Americans killing the First Nations, or the Canadians and Australians, the Aborigines, then it's probably swept under the Asian rug of history. Or British and Russia helping to commit the Biafran genocide, which we are going to hear in more details by the speakers after me. Or even the current ongoing genocide going on in northern Tigray in Ethiopia, surprisingly by the Prime Minister, who 2 years ago or so, won a Nobel Peace Prize. So it's quite a bit dicey. Then another thing too that makes it difficult for us to define what genocide is the wording of the Genocide Convention. So the definition includes a mental element, that's the intent to kill, and the physical element, that's killing people, stopping people to give birth, transferring children, forcibly transferring children to other group, and the likes. So while it is very easy to prove the physical act of genocide, the mental element, that's the intent, remains very difficult because we are all going to struggle to prove that. So the mental element, that's the intent to destroy, requires, so the mental element is actually the intent to destroy, as I said before. So it requires both the act and the intent according to the Genocide Convention definition. So it needs both the intent and act to be established before you can say that this is a crime, genocide has been committed. So, and we can see that the criminal act lacking the appropriate intention by the offender will not often actually amount to a crime because we've not been able to establish that there is an intent, there is this willingness or desire to kill or to annihilate, even when acts of that have occurred. So, as with crime, the physical element of genocide is relatively easy to establish. As we are going to learn today in the context of the Biafran war, it's very easy to establish, but the difficulty lies in obtaining the actual proof beyond reasonable doubt about the intention, whether the intention of the group of the perpetrator was to destroy the group. So it is this special intent that makes the crime of genocide so unique, and that's why many cases of genocide, people going scot-free with it, even having committed it. So so how do we, so the big question now remains, oh sorry, I think I've skipped a slide. Okay, so this is where the problem lies. So perpetrators are fully aware that if they admit their intention, it's going to interfere with them achieving that purpose. So definitely they are not going to admit that this is what they want to do. And they also know that admitting will make them complicit and will definitely rope them in, so they wouldn't admit. And it's even harder when it is an ongoing stuff. If the genocide is still going on, as we have seen the terrorist Fulani headsmen who are carrying on with their dastardly acts every night. So as it's still going on, admitting that such crime or they have such intent is going to definitely prevent them from achieving whatever their aim is. So these are the things that make it's very difficult for us to prove the intention of the intent to commit genocide. So the big questions remain: was there an intent to physically destroy the Igbo nation? Our upcoming speakers will address this. Then how do we establish this intent? Since intention, unlike physical act, is not something that is tangible. So that's another thing that we have to focus on. As they say, the devil does not even know the heart of man, so it's quite difficult to establish intent. But one of the ways in law which has been explored, I'm going to give about 2 cases in law which have been explored, is to draw inference from the perpetrator's external actions. So the action has occurred, but you can draw inference to what the likely intent would be. So all you have to do is to gather the relevant facts and circumstances around that act, and you can use that to infer, to say that this person actually did this to cause harm or to exterminate a particular group. Now, a number of international law cases can help us to put this in context. Now, if you look at the Rwandan genocide, and in the cases versus the prosecutor and Muvunyi and Gakum Bitsi, the tribunal went on to say that it is possible to infer genocidal intent inherent in an action, and you can charge that from the perpetrator's deed and utterances together, as well as the general context of the perpetration of other culpable acts. So the tribunal went on to hold that evidence of genocidal intent can be inferred from physically targeting of the group or their property, the use of derogatory language towards members of the targeted groups, then weapons employed in carrying out the acts, and the extent of bodily injury, or the methodological way, because from the first definition we gave, we said it's a deliberate and it's a systematic way of doing things. So if you put all these things together, if you piece all this together, you can say, yes, the intent can be established. And today, when we study more, we are going to see whether that can be established for the Biafran case. Okay, so we'll go now to the stages of genocide. There are about 10 stages, 10 steps gradually. And let me tell us this, genocide doesn't just start occurring in a day. Most times, a whole lot of work is put into it. It can span over years, or even decades, or even centuries. And all these things gradually build up to the last stage of it. So we are going to gradually take this stage one by one. So there is this issue of classification where you try to classify the group you want to attack different from other groups. So it's the we versus them, or the us versus them group. And they are easily given labeled. Then another thing too that happens is that there could be symbolization. And by this, like in the Holocaust, they were given yellow Star of David in Nazi Germany, and it was easy to identify Jews. So there's this idea of symbolization, and in Nigeria today, you can also see that being used by a dot in a circle, or spare parts dealers, or whatever. Using certain languages that you can use to identify these people, and it could be based on anything, including tribal marks. Or accent, the way people talk, that could be enough to symbolize them. Then another thing is discrimination. I'll leave this for us to really ponder about, the relationship of the Nigerian states with the Igbos or the Easterners. And the next step, it goes down to humanization. It's very common that we hear all this saying that Nigeria has an Igbo problem. So they think that, demonize them, make them the cause of the scapegoats. Let it be, paint them as the people causing all the problems we have, so that we can have justifiable reasons to attack them or to do whatever thing that we want to do on them. Then, when you think about organizations too, most times, this is not very common in Nigeria, but most times too, these people are given a particular area separate from others. So this makes it easy for you to target them, and for them to be easily killed or attacked without collateral damages. Then the other issue is polarization. So we try to look at the fractal lines, and we have seen General Buhari has been done this very well, trying to divide Nigeria so much clearly along religious and ethnic lines. These lines have been there before, but he has purely exploited it today, and it's very clear to everybody what this whole thing is all about. Then this leads us to the the 8th stage, and that's the stage of preparation. So in the Eastern case, we can see the pre-independence crises, even when Igbos were not involved, even when the problem is between other ethnic groups, Igbos are being taken out, even when they draw a cartoon in somewhere in France, and the next target Igbos and you. So the preparation has been there. The pre-independence crises that we have, the counter coup of July in 1966, the pogroms in the north that followed shortly after that, then that went on. Then the issue of persecution, we have words like marginalization, and currently today in the government we've seen that Igbos do not amount anything to come to be at the meeting in Nigeria where security issues are being discussed. They've been completely removed from every military and paramilitary hierarchy. Then the next stage is the stage of extermination. So whether this comes as the gas chambers going off and the Jews being marched into the gas chambers and gassed to death, or whether it comes as a full-scale war as we had between 1967 and 70 that was backed up with blockade and starvation policy and the economic policies that followed shortly after, the £20 given to people for the amounts held in Nigerian banks, and the indigenization policy that made sure that this particular group was excluded. So all these things are there. Then the next and final issue is the issue of denial, which we are still seeing today. The Nigerian state seems to be, in fact, they have an apartment here, they are living rent-free in this denial phase. Even 51 years after the Civil War ended, the federal government, they fought very hard to silence the truth, but all to no avail. Britain and Russia, because of their complicity in this whole thing too, they've also been silent. And the Bight of Biafra in the continental shelf has been renamed to Bight of Bonny, so that there will be no mention of the word. Okuta panel presented a little opportunity for the nation to heal and to foster real reconciliation. Unfortunately, the panel wasn't taken serious. Igbos made a very lovely presentation there. The panel came up with a recommendation which never saw the daylight. There is no history about the Civil War taught in schools or taught anywhere. Federal schools, even in our own states, which is hard. Then they censor movies around Biafra. I remember when Chimamanda's Half of a Yellow Sun was to premiere in Nigeria, they refused that it would, and they had to edit and remove so many parts of the movie, making it so useless for people to go and watch. Losing the real essence of the message. Then we've seen this incident arrest of pro-Biafran agitators, and we've also seen these same people taking photos with bandits, their so-called bandits with terrorists and the rest of them. Then even innocent civilians, okay, let's leave the agitators around, let's leave the self-determination.
Okay, IPOB,
one family.
IPOB,
One family.
one family.
IPOB.
Because of the time pressures, I think and I hope you've learned a little bit about genocide from what Dr. Sheikh presented to us. It's not by any means exhaustive. He's trying to particularize it now to Biafra, but he hasn't mentioned Rwanda and what's happened in South America. So it's worthy visit, and it's in the fatherland. So this is part of education, and you mentioned that it's not taught at school. So please make the effort to learn. So what we have to do now is to move on quite swiftly, and the next part of the program is oh yeah, that's me. Sorry, because of the time. I will continue where Dr. Shana left out and see if I can particularize it to the Nigeria Biafra situation, and then I'll let Dele, our chief host, more or less look at it from a different angle. It's probably on weaponization, the trade, and the lessons from the Boer War. This is all history we are previously been here today. Okay, let me see if I can start my talk. CJ, can you help me, please? Okay, so I'm going to quickly talk about what I'm calling so bear with us for a second. So that's the title. I call it Genocide in Nigeria, and I was talking about it earlier on. I think it's particular to Nigeria, and that's why I call it Genocide Nigerian. But the key thing is the survival of the human spirit. You have to survive. You can't really kill every single person from the tribe even if you wanted to. It's a very, very difficult task to do. But because of the human spirit, there will always be survivors. And so, without further ado, I'll just go ahead and talk about this. CJ, if you allow me. It's only a little to have what you demand, isn't it? Okay. I have to get I'm not on Zoom. Okay, so can I not share? Just share. From here, I'm share. Share. Yeah, there. So that should be it. Thank you very much. So smooth there. Okay, I think one day we have technical wizardry of all these skills. So until then, bear with us. We've got a title. Following on from what Dr. Uche left, he's touched on the definition, and what I'm going to do is to quickly run through, because of the time constraint, I'm not going to go too long. So this is what happened in Nigeria. He mentioned the July coup. Then if there's a July coup, was there a June coup? And so yes, in Nigeria there was something called the January coup, and everything seemed to hinge around it. There's the issue of who did it, who was blamed that it was the evil coup, and so on. So the July coup was supposed to be somebody else's coup. And today is not the day to debate it, but it appears that the purpose of January coup was to try and arrest the drift in Nigeria. Political unrest in the West, political unrest in the Middle Belt, instability in the whole country, perceived to be corrupt. So the young hotheads, I call them, they thought the best way to get around it is to kill the current political leaders. There was an asymmetry in the killing. In other words, you kill one part and then left some other part. So the parts who were killed got very upset, to say the least, and they turned on the other side and tried to wipe them out. Okay? So it was not just revenge, it seems to be a primordial hatred, if I can use the term. So when you get yourself to a stage where in a country, a group of people started turning on their neighbors and started to kill them, and the police who are supposed to be protecting or presenting or protecting those victims are the ones protecting the killers, assisting the killers, then the country has to ask itself, are we a country? So Genocide Nigerian has so much to discuss, but this is what is known as the Araba riot. Araba, I can't pronounce it properly, is a Hausa word, and it means separation. Let us separate. You and I, we call ourselves Biafrans and IPOB. We want referendum to decide whether we should continue to be in Nigeria or not. But these ones didn't ask for referendum. They just want to kill other people and go away. But if you're going to go away, why kill other people? So the killing in the northern part of Nigeria was to allow them to break away And then, so it didn't make sense at all. To make the matter worse, the only time they stopped killing the people from the east, which they call Nyamiri, was when, anyone know, when did the killing stop? What was the answer to that? Oh no, in 1966 it did stop. From May 66 to December. Why did it stop? Because there's nobody to kill, thank you very much. The only people left in the north were those who have died or those who are dying. So there's nobody left. But nearly between 1.8 to 2 million Easterners left the rest of the Nigerian return to their own part. That is when the killing stopped, because there's nobody left in the north to kill. Okay, so the Araba riot was nothing like the January riot or killings. They call it a riot. It wasn't. The victims were the Easterners. I don't know whether you're seeing these. I use my pointer. When the killing started, they had to flee. Some people describe it as a size like Western Europe. If you happen to run from, let's say, Munich, and you're coming to Southampton, it's a long way. You're going through hostile territory. So these people, there's a lorry full of people squashed in. Some walked by foot. Some used plane to escape. And so on. When they returned, they had wounds. Some were maimed for life, and so on. If you look at the hospital, the doctors were stitching people's whose hands were half severed, bullets stuck in the skull, they just been extracted. Some just died, just didn't make it. So those who survived had injuries, which is very difficult to describe. Some just couldn't talk anymore. These are ones that are coming off the plane, and so on. I'm not saying this to upset you. Some pictures are really gruesome. Here is a newspaper cutting from the Observer newspaper. This Observer newspaper is UK based. And they see, I don't know if you can see from there, where my laser pointer is the Niger Bridge. Yeah? And all these guys here are lorries going all the way. Passing.
Take him out.
So it's what they call the Zoom bomber. Okay. Right.
Sorry about that, guys.
Submit report.
Okay.
Report immediately.
So, going back, what I was showing is the people fleeing from other parts of Nigeria. This time is the western side, perhaps leaving Lagos. You can see the length of, there's a screenshot where people are crossing River Niger and all these lorries are having some, if you like, lots and lots of poetic words on them and reminding us of peace and all sorts of things, but lots of people in there. See how crammed people are. And so the killing is not because we have a group of people, usually from a different part of the world, what they call the immigrant population. They do everything to survive. Their children are given, the parents make a lot of sacrifice of children to progress, and so on. That happens in various countries. But here, you turned on those immigrant population, and you chase them out, and you kill them at will. So, this is all part of Genocide Nigeriana. I said to you, those people, when they killed them, they were lying in the streets. then they have to go and get, garbage trucks to collect them and dump them in mass graves. If they're not, those are the ones that couldn't get away. Those who managed to escape en route to their home, they were descended upon. This guy is 6 foot tall, he has got a name, and he made it to the Biafran postal stamp. At Otruo, which is part of the train station, he was beheaded, intestine ripped apart, stomach, abdomen ripped apart, intestine flowing, arms severed, rescued, and then put back in the train. So when he returns at Telugu, people will see this. And those who managed to escape had various wounds, too numerous to count. The one on the left, right at the top left-hand corner, I'm not sure if you can see it, was a young child who was rescued by the missionaries. Remember this Humanitarian talk? This started before the war started. The Humanitarians in the north found babies lying around, so they rescued. The lady in the middle, her left eye, this part, was gouged out and she was forced to eat it. This young lad, after killing the parents, they severed, nearly chopped off the arm. And this one was burnt, an attempted burning to be burnt alive. Why am I saying? I can tell you some stories about some of my relatives. In my village, somebody was cut in pieces. When they brought the body back to his village, it wasn't allowed to get into his compound. It's just not, it's an abomination. You can't have pieces cut and coming back in. So not only are they desecrated, not only they were also desecrated, it's an abomination to your tribe for this to happen. Remember what Dr. Peter said about dehumanizing? Yeah? They were dehumanized. And that was before the war started. Okay, so I'm showing you this. If someone asks you, there was no genocide, it was a riot. It wasn't really like that. It wasn't done out of the, because, oh dear. They were all supposed to have had a riot, if you call it a riot, starting at 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening. Spontaneous. Same day. The people went round with clubs, sticks, guns, whatever they can lay their hand on, not only to kill, but to carry the properties of those victims. In some instances, the owners of the shop said they not only did they carry everything in the shop, they swept the shop. Not even the pin was left behind. Okay? And the people probably didn't have his employees. Yeah? So the intent was also such that if it happens spontaneously, maybe you never have UK riots. You start in England, and then the next time was in Bristol, then in Bristol. But I'm saying to you, these happened spontaneously in various parts of the country in the north. Is it deliberate? Well, if you have a typed address of where the Nyamuris lived, it cannot be spontaneous. You planned it. Typed address of where they lived. Okay, and to make the matter worse, the government didn't do anything about it. So it was condoned by the government. There's no reparation, no compensation. So I can go on and on and on. So Genocide Nigeriana is totally different from anything we've seen on this planet. And I can say that for free. It is the first post-colonial genocide, okay? And it led to the death of many more because nobody cared about it. Other countries thought if we kill our indigenous population, we get away with it. So, throughout Africa, you have in Darfur, in Sudan, you have Eritrea, literally from the 60s, swept across Africa. The Igbos, or the Biafrans, initially, they lost between 50 to 100,000. Nobody really knows the exact amount. Then the war added between 3 million plus. But by the turn of the century, Africans have lost over 25 million human beings because of this sort of thing we're talking about today. So, I'm going to round up with this particular part of the talk so that we're not just defining genocide, we can particularize it to our people. These happenings to our people in the northern part of Nigeria then spread to the western part of Nigeria, such happening randomly, they were particularly planned. So that after the killings, it was obvious to the people of the eastern region that the Igbo saying, the person who is rejected by others cannot reject himself, was the theme that was running through their mind. They helped to build Nigeria, they lost everything in Nigeria, and they came back to the part of the country they thought was theirs, and after 1 year, they didn't say, oh, we're going to be a different country now. They negotiated, they tried to find peaceful resolution, but everything was in vain. When they say, leave us alone, we now want our own country, we want Biafra, they said, no, you can't do that. You have the oil. You can't leave. In fact, you had a fight with somebody outside. You remember the primary school or secondary school days or college days. You fought them in the street. You ran back to your house. They chased you. You fought them at the front seat, at the front door. You opened the door and went inside to the kitchen. They kicked you there. You went to the back garden. There was nowhere else left to fight. And that is the background to when the humanitarians came in, because there's nothing else, there's nowhere to run to. You have to face your enemy or you die. So those are the facts you need to understand, and please don't take my word for it, read about it. I'd like to pause there, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My job is very easy. I am here to introduce to you our next speaker. Our next speaker is not just anyone. He is a renowned and professional in what he does. He runs a radio program and a channel called Fatherland, and he is also an in-law of ours, married to our sister. Very in-depth in what he does. He knows a lot about Biafran history, about Nigerian history, and he combines the two to bring out the truth about what actually happened and what is happening. He has written a lot of books, and he will tell you all about that. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ogun.
Can I check you can hear me at the back without the microphone? You can hear me at the back without the microphone? Because I prefer to speak without it. It's a help. Can you find it? Yeah, just a help. It's in the slide. All right, while I'm still dealing with the technicalities, let me declare my interest in this issue. As a Yoruba nationalist, people may be wondering what is a Yoruba nationalist doing at an IPOD event. Let me explain the connection. It's been touched upon. My wife is your sister. So I'm here to say due to my Ogo. Beyond that, yes, it's just that single slide.
Good.
Is that? Yeah. This book that I'm holding in my hand is my mother-in-law's story. The story of a Biafra war survivor. As a publisher and an author, I helped her to put the story together such that the story would not be lost. It's titled The Life and Times of Mrs. Evelyn Energy is the full title. Just very briefly, the autobiography of a Biafra war survivor featuring bullets, bombs, and starvation. Born in 1941 in eastern Nigeria, in the middle of the Second World War, Mrs. Evelyn Enna's story takes us through the years of hope and glory in eastern Nigeria when Christianity is first brought to her Igbo people by missionaries, together with education and the promise of a better future, crowned by an encounter with Queen Elizabeth II on the royal tour. But then the sky is darkened dramatically at Independence, as her Igbo people are driven into a secession attempt, which is quashed by the most brutal war on the African continent, followed by post-war demonization. That's the life and times of Mrs. Evelyn, and I have a few copies here for those who may be interested. But I would like to give some historical context to what I've heard so far. I know a speaker was supposed to speak about Nigeria and how it came together, and she wasn't able to make it, so as a historian, I will explain it to you as briefly as possible, because it's very relevant to the experience that your people went through. You must understand the context in which all of this thing happened. Nigeria was Britain's project. It was a commercial project. It was conceived on the back of the ending of one crime against humanity, which is the slave trade. It was in the wake of the abolition of the slave trade, where they were taking our people out of our lands. They're now, having got to the point, I won't go into the detailed reasons for abolition, but rest assured, it was not some humanitarian awakening. The reason it wasn't a humanitarian exercise is this: colonization, an even greater evil, followed immediately on the back of the end of the slave trade. So abolition of the slave trade was 1807. Abolition of slavery was 1833. And the colonization process started in between. So Sierra Leone was the first base that was taken in West Africa, from which they were going to carry out the colonization project. And Sierra Leone was colonized in 1808. So abolition of slave trade, 1807, colonization of Sierra Leone as a launch pad for the colonization of West Africa, 1808. So the British were based in Sierra Leone, the French were based in Senegal, right next door. This is where the project was going to take off. The history of Nigeria that I wrote, titled A Fatherless People. People often ask me, why did you call it A Fatherless People? The explanation is this: we had fathers. Each of the 371 ethnic groups, nations, out of which Nigeria was constructed, had their fathers. But in order, just like a farmer operates, if you want to plant your own seed, you must clear the land first. And so the fathers that we have to be cleared out, one by one. Those who were prepared to partner with the colonial project were left in place. Those who were not prepared to partner with the colonial agenda were either killed or removed and sent into exile. That was the process by which the leaders and the leadership of all the 371 ethnic groups were effectively decapitated, and we were rendered fatherless. So that was stage one of the process. That is how they got the so-called treaties of protection. The greatest misnomer that you've ever heard. They weren't protecting anything. These were treaties of colonization, drafted by lawyers in the English language that our people didn't even understand the language. With a gun to the head, you will sign. So this is how the treaties were extracted. And then the next stage of the exercise is what are we going to do with all these territories that we've now accumulated by way of these treaties? We shall amalgamate them and make them one entity. This is where the Nigeria concept came from. Now, initially, there were two Nigerias. There was southern Nigeria and there was northern Nigeria. So as of 1900, you had southern Nigeria and you had northern Nigeria. 1906 is when southern Nigeria was actually united. East and west were amalgamated. This is very important background to what then happens afterwards. So you had one south as of 1906, and you had one north as of that date. The next stage in the calendar is 1914, the decision to amalgamate southern Nigeria with northern Nigeria to make one Nigeria, in theory. That amalgamation took place without consultation with any Nigerians. There's a lot of misinformation out there alleging that 5 Nigerians signed the Treaty of Amalgamation. I can tell you authoritatively, there was no Treaty of Amalgamation. The amalgamation took effect by way of a decree, an edict, signed by King George V of Britain, signed at Windsor Castle. The authority was given in 1913 and it took effect on 1st of January 1914. So there we had now one Nigeria in theory. What then happened? The next key stage was the greatest April Fool's joke that's ever been played. Did I say greatest? Let me change that word. The most sinister April Fool's joke that's ever been played on human beings. 1st of April 1939 is your relevant date. That is the date when the then governor of Nigeria, Bodilon, you know where Bodilon Avenue in Lagos is named after? Ikoyi. He, at that point, 1st of April 1939, decided it would be a good thing to have Eastern Nigeria, or Eastern region and Western region, whilst leaving the much bigger Northern Nigeria as a single block. Why do you think he did that? It's as simple as that. Cut the one south into 2 halves and leave the one north as a single unit. So whilst they were amalgamating and unifying the north, they were dividing the south, knocking heads together, laying the foundations for heads to be knocked together. And this is where your people first really come into the picture, because no part of Nigeria is more brilliant than any other part. We're all the same. What happens is that opportunities arise at different times. Because Igbo land was not coastal, in contrast to Yoruba land, where there are coastal parts. So when the missionaries were coming in fact, even before the missionaries, the slave trade, it was those who had access to the coast. That was the first contact. So when they were now in the wake of abolition of the slave trade, sending the missionaries, because those were their advanced guard. If they came with weapons saying they were coming to colonize, of course they would not be able to walk in so easily. But if they were coming in with the sign of the cross in the name of peace, then of course, we being the genteel, generous people that we are, we let them in. So the first kiss, first colonial kiss, was with the coastal communities. This is why Abeokuta in particular plays such a prominent role in the history of Nigeria, even within Yoruba land. This is why all the presidents that Yoruba land has ever produced are all Egba people from Abeokuta's side, because that's where the missionaries first set their base. Abeokuta was then used as the base to conquer Lagos, a convenient offshore island to the mainland. This has always been the colonial template, as Cape Town is to South Africa, Hong Kong is to China, so Lagos was to the mainland of Nigeria. With that missionary penetration came education in inverted commas. And this is why the Western region was producing graduates at quite an early stage. Everybody knows the story of Ajayi Crowther at Oxford University by 1850. The interland peoples were still further down the road as far as the contact was concerned. The conquest of Iboland did not start until around 1901 or so. Even the conquest of the North did not start until 1903. Yes, they had declared a protectorate, but they had not yet taken political, military control of these territories. So what then happened? Going back to our 1939 date, this is when they now, to knock Igbo and Yoruba heads together, they were fast-tracking the development of your people. This is why, even though the Yoruba had a head start, for the reasons that I've explained, you overtook the rapid, because they are now fast-tracking education opportunities in the East. But notice, whereas most of the Yoruba were studying in England, Awolowo and Azikiwe and Co were being sent to the US to make sure that the two shall not meet and become friends and colleagues. These are the subtle strategies that were used, but with an agenda. And the agenda has always been Nigeria. The agenda is simple. It must be kept together. And whoever attempts to leave will be the one who will pay the price. They actually expressly warned the North. They warned Balewa and Co that when these things fall apart, it is those who control the guns, not those who control the pens, that will rule. And they warned them, make sure you're not the ones who say you're leaving. Now those tip-offs were given confidentially. If it had been thrown out for everybody to hear, everybody would have positioned themselves. There was an agenda from the beginning that when they left, because bear in mind, they did not want to leave. Who wants to leave a commercial enterprise that is so profitable in circumstances where we, the indigents, did not have the weaponry? They had made sure that we had been disarmed. We do not have the weaponry to push them out. So you might ask, where did the push come from? I know America today is big and bad, but ironically, it was the Americans that gave them notice to quit. The detail of that is in my book, A Fabulous People, but in very briefly, it was Franklin Delano Roosevelt who, in a standoff with Winston Churchill, when Churchill was trying to persuade America under Franklin Delano Roosevelt to come into the war against Nazi Germany, Roosevelt told him, we saved your empire in the First World War. young Americans died in that war. I'm not sending young Americans to die yet again in order to save the British Empire. The empire has to go. This was then reflected in what is called the Atlantic Charter, which was published in August 1941. That was the commitment to self-determination. So the Americans were now encouraging groups to make the move. But the British had no intention of letting go of a good thing. It's common sense. If they're not pushing you out, why would you let it go? And remember, they knew the oil was there. I know they tell us that the oil was discovered in Ulubiri in
58.
Where was it?
58.
58? Total nonsense. The oil had been discovered 1908. 1908. By 1909, we were already producing 2 million barrels per day. But of course, because Nigeria belonged to them, they had no duty to disclose. And so that knowledge, the awareness shaped what was to happen once they left. Who was going to take over? This was an issue of succession planning. And their decision was that it was not the ones who they had educated in the same way as their own children are educated. Those ones who they had Christianized. Those ones who they had given the Western education to. It was to be the North. And so a letter had been written in confidence, as I say, to Balewa, which I do disclose inside the book. So that is then independence. What happens next? You see, the free region structure that we had, it was touched on earlier when they were shouting Araba. 1954 was when they were shouting Araba in the north. Why were they shouting Araba? It was because in 1953, the audacious Southerners, the nationalists, had moved the motion for independence and was effectively serving notice that the Brits had to leave by 1956. So the partners now, the junior partners in the exercise, were now screaming that they wanted to pull out. So a constitutional conference was quickly called in London in order to forestall the breakup of Nigeria. Now you will have seen the clips featuring Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna. I do not blame them. I do not blame Sardauna. He was actually very open. He did not want anything to do with the South at all. And it was because of his action that the British arranged that free regional structure with a loose federation that we had at independence. But that was merely to pacify. It was never going to be the final stop. The final stop was always going to be the unification, the unitary Nigeria. And this is where the so-called Igbo coup came into it. That was merely the excuse to return us back to the unitary arrangement, which was always the agenda. But the Igbos had to be scapegoated. That was the plan. And that's why the BBC were very quick to shout, Igbo coup. And that label has stuck ever since. But we've done the research and we've done the investigation. And the facts tell us otherwise. But you know how a lie is in relation to the truth? The lie is out of sight before the truth begins to seep through. So that now brings us to the war. As I was preparing for this presentation, in fact, Justice said, what are you going to speak about? I said, well, I want to deal with the most difficult issue of all in terms of Igbo-Yoruba relationships. The economic side of that war, the blockade, the starvation policy. So when I Googled starvation, Biafra, our law. And what came up? It was an article, you'll find it on the internet, titled A Diary of the Genocide Against Eastern Nigeria, compiled by one Professor Herbert. Ekwe, I think. Ekwe. First quotation from that article. I want to see no Red Cross, no Caritas, no World Council of Churches, no Pope, no missionary, no UN delegation. I want to prevent even one Igbo from having even one piece to eat before their capitulation. We shoot at everything that moves. And when our troops march into the center of Igbo territory, we shoot at everything, even things that do not move. Who was that? Adekunle. All right, Benjamin Adekunle, Commander, 3rd Marine Commander Division, Nigeria Army, to French radio reporter. Here's the next one. All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Who was that? And our final one. It's a mass starvation is a legitimate aspect of war. Any guesses?
Go on.
No. Anthony Enahu. Now, do you see a pattern there? What part of Nigeria are all those commentators from? And which part of the South in particular? Western region? Is that not a strange, curious thing? You would have thought this war was between the Western region and the Eastern region. But all the actors, the main spokespersons, are all from the Western region. Do you begin to suspect something is going on here? But bear with me. This is why I've put this image up there. I hope you can see it. Britain's 2 imperial wars in Africa. One is the Boer War, and the other is the Biafran War. What do they have in common? Both were wars of independence. The Boer War, the second one, which is the critical one, 11th of October 1899 to 31st of May 1902. It lasted 2 years, 7 months, and 20 days. Biafra War, 6th of July 1967 to 15th of January 1970. It lasted 2 years, 6 months, and 9 days. In both cases, Britain was victorious. The Boers did not get their independence. I'm assuming that people know what I'm talking about when I speak of the Boers. This is in South Africa. Yeah. Because South Africa was a Dutch colony first, before the British effectively edged them out. And part of the last phase of taking control of South Africa was to break the Boer resistance. The Boers said, look, we've taken Cape Town. We're going to move inland, into the hinterland. We want this space to be our space, where we enjoy independence. You can have the rest of South Africa. But it wasn't to be, because they never allow two powers to coexist in the same space. The Boers had to be defeated and come under British suzerainty. This was the origin of the dot in the circle strategy. You know that phrase? Mm-hmm. The dot in the circle. When you look at that map, those two maps, do you see the parallels and similarities? Mm-hmm. That you encircle them, you blockade them as a key part of the war strategy. So the Boers had been hemmed in by various British territorial acquisitions, while the Igbos had been isolated by poisoning the minds of those all around them. The scapegoating exercise. Now, part of that scapegoating and poisoning, remember the Willings Commission report? Yeah? That was a report that was commissioned. What are we going to do about the agitation by the minorities? The date of that report was 29th of July 1958. That report said, no new states, leave them as they are. But what it had done, it had earmarked the south-south areas, the ones surrounding Igbo land, for special treatment. So as in the so-called independence constitution, there was actually embedded in that document a special development scheme targeted and focused on those south-south areas to the exclusion of other areas in the east. No equivalence in the west. It was just earmarked for those areas. This is why Isaac Borough, the 12-day revolution, this is why it happened. Because what had been promised to them and what was being delivered to them was now being taken away. Because Balewa was actually the chair of that initiative to fast-track the development, the economic development of those areas. Note that date, 29th of July, 1958. We then moved back to South Africa, so we can see the parallels. It was as a letter that was written by one Lord Milner to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Joseph Chamberlain, back on November the 9th, 1899. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read the whole section, but here's an interesting phase. Bear in mind, in context of this Boer War. With all the forces we may be able to put into the field, it will be a slow business wearing out the enemy, as long as the back door at Lourenço Marques hold line with Portugal is open. I suppose European complications might prevent our taking the bold line with Portugal. Otherwise, it will be far better to say to her, be our friend out and out, or be our enemy. In the latter case, we could blockade, which would soon finish the business. Now, I haven't got a pointer, but you can see the Portuguese East Africa bit there. That was the outlets that the Boers had. That they were saying if they could blockade that, the troubles would be over very quickly. But this is a more interesting passage, the next one. This was the response from Chamberlain to Lord Milner. November the 7th, 1899. Personally, I think we're right not to seize foodstuffs. One, because I cannot believe in the possibility of starving the Boers, or indeed of seriously hampering them by such an operation. Secondly, because we risked trouble with other powers. Thirdly, because we should be making a precedent which would certainly be quoted against us in a European war. The majority of the cabinet agreed with this view. So the point is this: starvation had been considered to be used in that, the dot in the circle. It had been considered as far back as 1899, but was ruled out. You may then wonder, why was it not ruled out in the Biafra? Let us assume for a moment, that the starvation policy was indeed the brainchild of those Southwesterners that I mentioned, Awolowo, Adekunle, and Ahu. As the conventional narrative would have us believe. Why did the British not rule it out? If they had ruled it out in relation to the Boer War in 1899, and they keep records, why was it not ruled out? They cannot say they did not have the influence over the Nigerian government so to do. After all, they were their main weapons supply. This is why the study of history is important, because so long as you're left with second-hand narrative and not the real knowledge as to what is going on, you will forever be facing the wrong way. And it's happening on both sides. My Yoruba people pointing to the Igbos, my in-laws pointing at my people, like Tom and Jerry, always at each other's throats, whilst everybody's getting on with things. Now, I ask you to note the date of that Willings Commission report. Remember? 29th of July, 1958. Does anybody remember when the currency was changed from pounds to naira during the war?
29th of January.
Don't cheat, because I've told you. You see, 29th of January, 1968. And who announced the policy? Awolowo. Are you beginning to see something going on? Yes? Are you beginning to see what is going on? That April Fool's thing from 1939 being played again and again and again. Change of currency, that's right, 29th of January 1968. But it's interesting, this is the beauty of history, because if you read well enough, you may find clues to what is really going on. There's a book that I came across that's titled Aftermath, Life in the Fallout of the Third Reich, 1945 to 1955, written by one Harold Jeanne. This is where you find the origin of the change of currency. This is in relation to Nazi Germany at the end of the war, to wipe them out, to finish them off. The change of currency, and guess what else? The equivalent of the £20 policy. Oh yes. Now I'll read the passage to you. It's very brief. The first law of the reform of the German currency promulgated by the military governments of Great Britain, the United States, and France will go into effect on June the 20th. The old German currency is hereby invalidated. The new currency will be the Deutschmark, which will be divided into 100 Deutsch Pfennigs. The old money, the Reichsmark, the Rentenmark, and Mark notes issued in Germany by the Allied military authorities will become invalid on June the 21st. The Germans have been waiting for months for this moment. There has been a lot of talk about a currency devaluation. No one trusted the Reichsmark anymore, and everyone who still had enough swapped them for tangible goods. Apart from the millions who were starving, there were any number of Germans who had more Reichsmarks than they could spend, and who led a life of officially illegal luxury, purchased at astronomical prices. Doubts about the Reichsmark meant that traders had held back more and more goods, hoarding for the day when there would be a stable currency with better prices in the future. In the early summer of 1948, the shops were very nearly empty, because rumors about the coming D-Day were constantly spreading. Now the time had come. Throughout the day, listeners to BFN, that was a radio station, would learn more about the procedure. Everyone would receive an allowance of 40 Deutschmarks, which they could collect on Sunday the 20th of July at the ration card issuing offices in exchange for 60 Reichsmarks. A month later, they will receive an additional 20 Deutschmarks in exchange for the same number of Reichsmarks. Any Reichsmarks beyond the first 60 will be practically worthless. 1,000 Reichsmarks would have a value of 65 Deutschmarks. So that's how they were financially leveled. That was the origin of our £20 policy. You see, we used to think that Awolowo was a genius, some devilish genius who came up with this master plan. Well, it's all in the war precedent books. They had used it against Nazi Germany. And who remembers finally the abandoned properties decree? Remember that one? Yeah. Do you remember the date? No. Shall I tell you? Please. Guess what day of the month? 29? Everybody 29? 29th it is. 29th of September, 1979. And who was the culprit? Obasanjo. Again. You remember April Fools? Who was pushed forward to accept the surrender as if it was a war between Yoruba and Igbos? Obasanjo. So, maybe now my final point, because there's much that could be said. What is this sin about the 29th? We've seen 3 29th dates: abandoned properties decree, change of currency, Willings Commission report.
The massacres.
This guy gets too excited. I want to make sure that the audience is with me. What are the other 29th dates? You must never forget, you as Biafrans must never forget. First round of programs, 29th of May, 1966. Yep. Second round, 29th of July, 1966. Third round, 29th September, 1966. Can you see the significance of the 29th in your experience, in your trauma? And where does that 29th then come from? Where does that 29th come from? 29th of May, 1453 is where it dates from. It was a day on which the forces of Islam conquered what was then the Christian capital, the new Christian capital of the Roman Empire, Constantinople, which became Istanbul. 29th, 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 signature day. So wherever you see it, you see the signs of what is really going on. I want to thank you for listening and thank you for the opportunity.
We'd like you to stay a few more minutes, but we'd like the children to come in because we're about to run away. So they see their slots,
Yes.
and then we
I'll
ask
take
questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Another round of applause.
We must say that we are honored to have Tele in our presence today. It's a lot of history. So let's clap again for him. Okay, if you have the program, there is a slight change at a minute because the kids are getting tired. So we're trying to bring them forward before we go for 10 minutes break. Please, just bear with us. Thank you.
About the whole world, Biafrans and Biafra children have 9 words to tell you, and We are urging Britain and United Kingdom and Nigeria to please listen to our children, Biafra children. Number one,
Biafra.
he said Biafra, Biafra, Biafra. 2,
Freedom, freedom, freedom.
3,
We are peaceful and loving people.
4,
Freedom of legal mass and handicap.
5,
We need freedom.
6. 6.
We need Biafra.
7,
Release Nnamdi Kanu.
8,
Free Biafra.
9.
What of a Floredo?
Well done. Now we are going to sing Pilot Joya. So at the sound of the clap, we start. We're going to sing nice and
Igbo onyeze esozara abụghị onyeze iwe na Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze iwe na Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze Ibu onyeze Jesu zara abụghị onyeze iwe naanị Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze iwe naanị Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze Ibu onyeze Jesu zara abụghị onyeze iwe naanị Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze iwe naanị Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze Pilate Joya Ibu onyeze Jesu zara abụghị onyeze iwe naanị Jesu na-echi eze n'eluigwe eze nkụwa niile eze ndị eze.
Now, the marching out song. When you sing it 2 times, you start stepping out. Okay. Biafra comes from the Lord. 1, 2, 3.
Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. All the glory be to God. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. All the glory be to God. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. All the glory be to God. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. Biafra comes from the Lord. All the glory be to God. Biafra comes from the Lord.
Ife niile zuru oke n'ala Biafra. Ife niile zuru oke n'ala Biafra. Ife niile zuru oke n'ala Biafra. Naanị sabo, sabo, sabo eberado. Naanị sabo, sabo, sabo.
Thank you very much. That song the children sang, Biafra comes from the Lord. It's okay. So that song the children sang back before the march out the Pilot and Joy Ibuonyese. The significance of it, if you watch the clip, which we don't have the time for, and I hope we can play shortly, is because the Biafran children, the Humanitarians, scooped them, those who are literally at death's door. They're going to die if you didn't do anything. When the planes brought food in, the plane was flying back out empty. They actually had 30 minutes on going to the plane before they get bombed. So after they took the plane out, they realized they could take some children who were about to die in the plane. So some of the children were put in the plane and flown out. Remember when you get into the plane and they say, fasten your seatbelts? Yeah? Those planes didn't have seatbelts, so it was carried the plane. These children were lying on the floor and blanket. They were able to be flown out to a place like Sao Tome and Gabon. When they actually physically get there, they could hardly talk or move. These are the ones about to die if they did nothing. It took 4 to 6 weeks of eating before they were able to sing that song. The first time I heard it, I was very, very upset. Because those songs are now missing. So these children have revived it. And by the time you leave here, you're going to be able to sing it. We're going to practice it later as interactive sessions. Now, we're going to go into quick questioning of those brilliant talk we had from Dele. And he hasn't told us how much money we're going to pay for the book. That one about the in-law, about the history. Okay, I learned a lot. I don't know. Now let's have some quick fire questions from what you've heard today about the history. I think someone said that if we learned anything from history, it's because we don't learn anything from history. Okay. First question, please. Let's be quick.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. After listening to lectures, I had mixed feelings. Felt depressed. I was impressed. I was happy that the history has not been wiped out. But what stuck in my mind was the 29th of September. The question that prompted me to say, can I ask the question is, do we have any clue what 29th of September this year will be, given the significance of 29th of September? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Since I came to an understanding of the significance of the 29th, I always watch our unfolding political events with special focus on the 29th. So I do not have a crystal ball to be able to say to you, come the 29th of September this year, this is going to happen. All I can say is that on the basis of the events that have happened on the 29th, and it's not just the 6 that I've mentioned in the book, you'll see the chronology, and you'll be able to identify all the events, even the declaration of the state of emergency in the Western region in 1962 was the 29th of May 1962. So it's not just events happening to the East, it is significant events in the political calendar because it's become a good luck day that critical events then happen. So I can't say what will happen 29th of September. I did spot that the PDP, convention, the PDP convention, when we looked at the calendar, we noticed that the PDP convention was slated for the 29th of the month. And it was very clear that it should have been the turn of the East within PDP. The zoning arrangement was very clear. It should have been the turn of the East. But what happened? That happened. So no crystal ball, but it's an important day to look at.
Quick, few more questions.
My brother, this wonderful lecture you have given us is a thought-provoking lecture. Understand that at a point, the South were one. But for the British to get what they want, South and leave the whole North as a whole. And one or two brothers from the US. And then when I names, towns, or cities in Yoruba land, they have one or two of cities and towns in the East. With what is going on now, it is true that the British has helped the people from the North to take stranglehold on us by dividing us. It is possible you and the IPOB family to have an alliance that will be able to bring the West and the East together as they used to be before the British people divided or held Biafra.
Thank you for that question. Failed, in my opinion. They have failed because they rested on come together. Yes, there are good people who want East and West to come together, but every political produces winners and losers, and they are both in the West and the East. From the present political order, never wants us to come together. That is the reality. So if it rests simply upon emotion, it will not work. What we have been doing, you saw the fatherland on the first speaker in the video. That is the organization that I head, which is all ethnic groups, and has been to focus on, because it's only the truth that will. When you have people create that source. But now you know, and my people are beginning to listen as well. They were feeling the accusations that were being thrown at them in the same way as you, my in-laws, were feeling what appeared to be the hatred that was coming from the other side and the refusal to partner. But we now know that there is a higher force, there was a play. A darker force, I shouldn't call it higher force. A darker force, there was a play. Making sure that the two sides don't come together. But through those two books that I've drawn your attention to, and the other one that I must draw your attention to, is this one. It's not written by me. You will have heard the name, Harold Smith. Not all Britons hated us. There were good ones amongst them. And one of the best amongst them was this gentleman, Harold Smith, who saw what was happening, who was threatened that if he spoke out and disclosed what was going on, that he would never get another job in his life. And this Oxford graduate, whose colleagues were members of parliament and prime ministers, never got another job after the age of 33. Why? Because he blew the whistle. How they rigged the independence elections to put the North in power. And in particular, how that now led to the Biafra crisis. So, we do have friends amongst them. We must never assume that they are all party to the conspiracy that has put our people and our children on this trajectory. We must find the good ones amongst them. Just as we know that there are good people amongst my people in the West, and we know there are good people amongst your people in the East. But the bridge has to rest upon truth. No dodging, no ducking. Whatever was done, bring it out. Let us understand it. Let's put it in its context. So yes, starvation happened. And yes, those comments were made. But you now leave this room with a better understanding of what was really going on. And I always have a principle. Each one, teach one. It's not how many of you are in this room or watching on Zoom. It's how many others you could spread the knowledge to. Because the faster we get that understanding, our tribulations will be over. The only thing that they fear is our coming together. And this opportunity to speak today is the beginning of that process. So I salute all of you.
Thank you very much. We've got one more, because of the time. One more, we can add some more when we generated more space.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I have one question, and the other one is just like a direction. One of the questions is, your books, how do we get it? Can we buy it electronically or face-to-face? So how do we buy the book? That's number one question. Number two question is that when you talk about the missionaries coming to the Yoruba land because of the coastal region, there's this view by a lot of people saying that Igbo people are not coastal region, and he also quoted the Williams Commission. In one of the Williams Commission, he called specifically Port Harcourt an Igbo city. That's number one. And number two is, having grown up in Aba, I know that Azumini River is about 25 nautical miles to Atlantic Ocean, more than any other ocean in Nigeria, in fact in Africa. But this notion of tagging Igbo people, not a coastal region, I think I want to point out to that, so that we start correcting this narrative, because that's a lie. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Let me deal with the easier point first, which is the cost of the books and the availability. I do have copies of some of the books here, so if you want a signed copy, most of them are £10. The History of Nigeria is more expensive, it's £25, but that was the work of 25 years of research. But the other ones are all £10. And if you're not able to buy today, they are available on the internet, on Amazon. So they are available answers. As regards your second point, as to whether Igbo land is coastal in the context that I used it, what you have to, I don't dispute the point. You see, much of the labeling was part of the agenda to create that narrative. And sometimes lands, take for example Ilorin. Ilorin is Yoruba land, but it was put in the north. That's part of what was going on. They will take territory knowing that we were Igbo peoples in those lands, and they will call it something else. That's part of what was going on. But in the context that I was using it, you see, when they were coming in to colonize, they're looking for the point of easiest access. And so they're coming down that coast. And so you can see that Lagos will be an immediate candidate, just like Hong Kong in relation to China, and Cape Town in relation to South Africa. These were supposed to be launch pads, because how long could they stay on their vessels and their ships? They needed a land base. And so Calabar, for example, got earlier contact. Missions were established there. The arrival of the missions in Igbo land is actually covered in my mother-in-law's book. It came at a much later stage after the Arachuku War, etc. Okay?
Thank you very much. Okay, no more questions. Because of time.
Okay. Yeah, please, I do apologize if I have given you a number to ask questions because of time. We're trying to.
When we create time, when we create more space, we'll ask more questions. Otherwise, we run out of time. Yeah, so here are the deals. Number one, we cannot have a short break now and then come back at 6. Okay? And then finish off with the rest of the program, and then ask the questions at the end. Because once we start asking questions, please write down your questions. Once we start asking questions, the answer of them can elongate, and we can have one more speech or whatever. There's what I want us to do, yes, have a break now. Okay, time out, 10 minutes max. 10 minutes. And we'll come back at 6 as quickly as possible.
Wait for your snack bag so we know who has gotten and who hasn't. Just pick one.
Snack bag is coming around. So you have your quick break, 10 minutes allowed. I'm that generous. They're calling comfort break. I'm that generous. So come back as soon as possible. And then we'll finish up. We might have people that your colleagues address us, and then we'll round up the last remaining. Remember, we've got 2 more lectures. I've given up my one. I'm not doing any more. I'm getting
Yes, thank you. Thank there is a bean bag at the middle of the seat, please. There are bean bags everywhere on there. Please, if you finish eating or drinking, can you please help us to put it in a bean bag? There are bean bags everywhere. If you don't have one on your line, please, we can provide you with one. Thank you.
How are you? It's fine, thank you. It's good. Yeah, and yesterday I injured it small, but it's okay. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
CJ, have you eaten? Have you taken it?
I didn't push him to the front. It's only President Biafra. What name is
Okay, start taking their seat, please. Tell him
Would you like to say one? Has everybody gotten a bag? Everybody. Thank you.
That's for me.
You want me to call him an answer? Or you want to call him an answer?
He sent me a text.
What did he say? What are you talking about? Have you eaten? No.
Okay, rotate your seat, please.
Oh, you've got cash. It makes life easy. This I didn't call for.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but really. Okay, time.
We have not. So what I would do is we go through those who are because when I was talking, everybody didn't see it. Anyway, I'll explain it.
So I'll just write the name.
Okay, people, we must start. We must
That's what music with the I'm a man.
Okay, everybody.
Everyone on the street.
Bring everyone back in quickly.
Much not just I mean, what is there?
Come on, people. Let's start.
Long community.
All hail! All hail!
Biafra!
All hail!
Biafra!
Biafra! Biafra! Freedom! 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 IPOB! IPOB! One family! One indivisible family! We are about to start. Please, because of time, we will try our best to not to go as much as we had wanted. So if you have the program and there is something skipped on there, please, it's just because of time. Thank you.
IPOB. IPOB. One family. Okay, there are people who are on the platform. What I'd like to do is to see if I can possibly talk to any of them and whether they can actually hear us. One of them is William Shepherd. If it's who I think he is, I think we really must talk to him. There's a Professor Ewa who also we need to talk to, and I'm going to then let Professor Efion come in quickly. So we have run out of time. I'm not going to do my second talk, otherwise other people won't talk. So let's quickly hear from William Shepherd, if he's still there. Can you please unmute? William Shepherd, can you kindly unmute, please? And come in so we can talk to you. Hello? Are they hearing me? Mr. William Shepherd, can you unmute yourself, please, sir? You mean me? No, William Shepherd. I'm coming to you later, Prof. Bear with me. You can hear me, Prof, yes? Good. William Shepherd, stand by. We need to talk to you. William Shepherd. He's unmuted. He's unmuted the picture. And then his picture, his sound is unmuted. Mr. William Shepherd, are you there? Okay, Prof. Ewa, please talk to us, sir. Can you hear us? So unmute yourself and let's see if we can hear from you. I know there's some technical challenges today. So talk to us, please, sir. Okay. Ask him to unmute. Can you unmute? Yeah, good. Let's hear him. Prof, can you hear? Say something.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, everybody, this is Professor Ewa Aluke, who is one of the veterans during the war, is currently living in Kansas in America. In fact, he came here during our Bead lecture 2019, wasn't it?
Yes.
And we were privileged to have him. He's a member of, well, BOF, B-O-F-F, which stands for Biafran Organization Freedom Fighters. So in other words, he was fighting behind the enemy lines. Let's hear him talk to us briefly. Thanks, Prof. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm a veteran storyteller. I am teaching. I've taught at Howard University here, Lincoln University, and now Kansas City, Kansas Community College. When I begin my lectures here in the United States, I normally ask my students to stand on top of their chairs, or I ask them to close their eyes, but I will not ask you to do any of the two.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. What my students love and why I've received up to 5 awards in my books is because of the short stories I tell before I start lessons. The short stories carry the basic theme that I'm going to speak on. I'll give you an example. In 2002, a Nigerian Muslim woman called Amina Lawal, some of you might remember, was sentenced to be stoned to death in Sokoto. By then I was a doctoral student at Howard University. and I was also the editor, the political editor of the Hilltop. So I used that platform to globalize the campaign to save this for Muslim women. Why have I told you this short story? To tell you that we as Biafran nationalists, we as members of BOF, do not discriminate. We respect life, irrespective of how we're treated. So, that why I've told this story is because the issues we learn about, or the issues we discuss about Biafra stand on 4 cardinal legs. I call it tripodal equilibrium. One leg is our campaign stands on power. The issue of power is all about what Biafra is all about. Power and powerlessness. Another element is justice. Another element is freedom. And another element is truth. Amina Lawal's case stands on these 4 points. Biafra's case stands on these 4 points. I'm a theorist. So, but I use this chance right away and sincerely to thank the Biafra Education Awareness Committee. This committee, you've given me my flowers while I'm alive. As a veteran, I saw it all. I witnessed, I participated in primary school when Nigeria got independence in 1960. we had great hopes for a great nation. I saw it all. When I was a houseboy in Lagos, when you wake up in the morning and walk through Western Avenue or Jubilee Level, you see dead bodies on the street. They had been lynched because they were Igbos or Easterners. I saw it all. I'm a witness to that. My problem is that in 2019, when Bead invited me to speak in London, you recall, for those of you who attended that meeting, that I brought a message from Ochara Ejike, the founder of BOF, the Biafran Organization of Freedom Fighters. You recall that he said I should tell you not to eat meat, because people who sell the meat to us, or their cows, they hate us. Well, Ejike in 2014 died in Atlanta, Georgia, in St. Home, and buried him. Why am I saying this? I'm saying it because Franklin Benjamin, the notable American nationalist, says, if you will not be forgotten as soon as you die, you must be prepared to write something worth reading or to do something worth writing about. In other words, like Shakespeare says, you should etch your footprints on the sands of time. So, Ejike is gone. I can tell you that people like Shakespeare are stronger in our memories than the past heads of state of Britain or Nigeria or the United States. I can tell you that Chimamanda Adichie's works, or Achebe, or Ejike's book, those memories and what they tell us live longer than our lives. So, if you don't want to be forgotten when we are dead, we should continue to push for the recognition of Biafra. Now, having been to BOF, I have a few things. I will speak for under 10 minutes so that if you have questions, you can ask me. So many people don't know what is BOF. BOF means Biafran Organization of Freedom Fighters. I was a child soldier and I was in charge of the Zikoro East in Abakaliki, now, which is the capital of the Ebonyi State. The BOF, although when I mentioned the name BOF, there are some of you who will really feel very terrible about the atrocities attributed to BOF. I'm not talking about those atrocities and what I don't know and what I've not seen. But I'm talking as a unit commander of BOF in Abakaliki. So we are completely different. One thing before I go on is to ask you, what do you think is the freedom we talk about? Everybody asks for freedom. Every society is looking for freedom. So what freedom is it? What freedom does Biafra want? What is that hopeful city of happiness that we dream of? Well, there are 12 freedoms. One thing about BOF is that BOF was founded by intellectuals. So it was the intelligence of the struggle. So I've tried to do little research here to bring you what I will say in Abakaliki, Echezokwa. The Central Igbo, you say Echezona. But in Abaga, you say, it is okay. No one take any chase. So, the freedoms are freedom from hunger, freedom from disease, freedom from oppression, freedom from nepotism, freedom from bribery, freedom from corruption, freedom from dictatorship, freedom from economic slavery, freedom from technological slavery, freedom to survive as an individual, freedom to exist as an institution, and freedom to exist as a sovereign nation of Biafra. These are the freedoms that we fought for and which we are fighting. So you can imagine a country where we can't abolish all these freedoms, develop freedoms, but at least we can aim at minimizing them. You can imagine what an Eldorado, the beautiful city of happiness that we will be promoting. So, Bob has its core values. Value number one is all of us in Biafra and our leadership believe that we cannot accept second-class positions from classism in any country. So as freedom fighters, we are fighting for the sovereign state of Biafra. But I did international law, so I can say I'm an expert without boasting. That is to say that I hope we realize that Biafra is a conquered country, but Biafra remains legally. It has a legal, what we call legal persona. Biafra is a full-fledged country legally, legal persona. So that we are conquered doesn't mean that we cannot operate the government outside Nigeria, because we set up in the four conditions. We have to have permanent population. We have to have the capacity to sign treaties. We have to have, there are just four of them with all those things. And we have to have the philosophy of Bob, as it is considered, is Auche. My theory of Auche is the idea that philosophically, Auche ka Benama. Our struggle has reached such a point where I'm looking for 100 committee members made up of intellectuals and people from all walks of life. 100. We need a think tank. We need a new vision about Biafra. We're not going to continue as usual. Bob has taken the diplomatic arm. We're writing to the United Nations. We're writing to EU, AU, NATO, any imaginable thing you can think. We are lobbying congressmen and women here, using the platform of Biafran veterans to lobby. I want to state here that Bead, B-E-A-D, is doing a wonderful job. But we have not been able to penetrate the British community. I came to London in 2019, and I didn't see any British person there, or white person there, except the one I brought, found, that I brought from the United States. We should do more to penetrate. We need visibility. We need to mobilize for a real serious campaign. Bob has given ultimatum to the United Nations Security Council that Biafra, we will begin to take our seat from next year, May 30th. Biafra will take it. Nothing is stopping us from doing that.
Yes,
United States was not recognized until about 3 years after its independence in 1776. So many other countries started to. So Biafra is still a legitimate country. We just need to have the courage, and we have won that we begin that, even if our eyes will end up this life with that. So that's about both. I speak to you again about the contribution Abakaliki. I'm from Abakaliki, like I said. Of course, I wouldn't have much opposition here if I tell you that Abakaliki was and still is the food basket of Africa or West Africa. Remember our yams, Abakaliki oil, Abakaliki. So many of you here, your uncles, your family have benefited from the Abakaliki family. So what about the creation of Bof was the fall of Abakaliki? When Ugoja fell, Nsukka fell, was the turn of Abakaliki. Ugoja and Abakaliki considered the real farming area of Biafra. So when those places fell with Ilewi and other areas in here,
they want to play some.
Do farming extensively. That was the beginning of the end of Biafra. So Ijaya had returned on leave after his jail and consulted with His Excellency Emeko Ojukwu. And he said, this war is not going well, and we need to find a new way of fighting this war. And the idea of the land army that we stay behind enemy lines. So we acted as ambassadors. So I think it's good for you to have an idea of the sort of intellectuals that founded BOF. Well, it's because Professor Oyunu, Alex Madebo, His Excellency Major Amadi was dead. So when the Abakaliki became very important to establish what we call BOF B. BOF B is the land army and the one that will operate behind the enemy lines. So that Biafran territory hardly touched Abakaliki because we as BOF encourage the villagers to go back to the farm. That's the only thing they knew how to do almost. So they went back to the farms. And of course, Caritas and other humanitarian aid people, they brought us food, and I was the head of about 4 villages. I utilized the BOF boys and girls to distribute food to the villagers. We collected Okuroko and other cornmeal and so many other types of food. That brings me almost to the end of what I have to say to you. But, what I want to mention is just a brief 2-minute talk on HSO. as the HSO for the Humanitarian. Do not forget those who helped us. I want to begin with Archbishop, who is now Cardinal Arinze, Francis Arinze. He comes first as one of the people who should not be forgotten, because it was Cardinal Arinze who sent Father Anthony Bead. I saw where you had in video Anthony Bead. Father Anthony Bead was an Irish Reverend priest at Onitsha. And Francis Arinze sent him to go to the Vatican and to find out how they can help to supply food and all to Biafra. So the massive food from the Catholic Church came from the Vatican, came from Caritas in Germany, and all over the place. In fact, the food they brought into Biafra, they say, is second to the largest food lift, humanitarian lift, after that of East Germany in the world. But still, look at how our food is estimated. So we have to thank Cardinal Arinze, Francis Arinze, for what he did. We have to, somebody is speaking. We have to thank the Germans who moved mass food and medical help through Caritas International. We have to thank the missionaries who stayed and died with us, and those who fled for fear of federal reprisals. I sincerely want us to remember HSO, Catholic Church and the Vatican. And all the countries who recognize Biafra, Ivory Coast, Zambia, Haiti, Gabon, Zambia. We need to thank them. And others who recognize, but the 11 other countries, France, Holland, and all that recognize us. But you gave us unofficial recognition. When I ran as a houseboy and back in Massachusetts, back to the east, when we go to the east, we met so many of our people who survived the killings in Lagos and in northern Nigeria. So, East is already contributing food, because some of them were naked. So, we need to thank Igbo and Easterners who later became Biafrans. We need to thank the people, our people, for taking care as a Konyagala one day. They demonstrated us very well. We need Abakaliki farmers. We need to thank them because they helped us to recover, they helped us to sustain life. They contributed. Ochara Ejike designed the first garri processing machine while he was in jail in Nigeria, suffering. The suffering of Biafran people bothered him so much. So we thank Ochara, who is now resting in peace. Before the war, there was massive of big sinners from all over Nigeria without food, without. So I ask you to join me. Join me in a Free Biafra Awakening or the Biafran Awakening campaign. It's a global campaign for the recognition of Biafra. We are appealing to the world, and we have written to the United Nations to free Nnamdi Kanu, Biafra's leader, and also to free Biafra, land of the rising sun. Otherwise, the law is in our favor to take our seats or conduct a plebiscite between now and the end of the year. This is where we stand. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, stay on the line. Prof, stay on the line because of the time we've got. We'll talk to you later. I'm going to quickly bring Mazia Banim, who's part of the DOS, to address us, and then we'll carry on the program, but we've run out of time, firstly. So if you bring him in. Mazia Banim, please come in, and then we'll talk to Prof later if there are some questions to be asked. Mazia Banim, you can unmute yourself and address us kindly. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening from Switzerland.
Yeah, Mazia Banim is our European representative who looks after the country on behalf of UK's under jurisdiction. We're grateful and honored for you to be here by POB hierarchy. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening from Switzerland to all Biafrans and friends of Biafra, Globals of Freedom in attendance. I want to say all glory and praise to Chukwu Kabiama. So made it possible for us to gather together today in the name of Biafra. My name is Azi Austin Nawany. I'm from Amike in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama, I served the indigenous people of Biafra as a European continental representative, IPOB, and member of DOS. I want to start by saying thank you to all of you who have made this particular event possible. Those who are working behind the scene, those who are working relentlessly to ensure that our story is being told by ourselves. We are changing the narrative. Up until now, our enemies have been writing our own stories by ourselves, writing our history by themselves, and there's no way your enemy will write your history to favor you. So Bead is a very important point, very pivotal in our struggle as a nation and as a people to educate our people, to enlighten our people, that they may know where they come from and where they are going. As the saying goes, if you know where you're coming from, and then you know who you are and where you are going. So thank you to all of you who have made it possible for this particular event to take place today. I want to also give a special thanks to our eternal leader, General Jim Chukwu Emeka Chukwu, the man who saw tomorrow, the man who loved his people so much that he gave everything to ensure that Biafrans were not all decimated and annihilated as the enemy had planned to do. Biafra will never ever forget Dim Chukwu for what he has done for us. He is an icon in our nation, and we are going to honor him when Biafra is finally restored. He will be honored in a very special way. Because of him, most of us are alive today to talk about Biafra. Because of what he has done, because of never say die attitude and his doggedness, we are remaining alive. And the remnant of Biafra are the ones who are here today to say never again. We are not forgetting the Joshua of our time, Muhammadike Nazinam Dikano, who have come to revive Biafra and woke our people from their slumber to say, no, we have not reached our destination. We cannot live in a nation whereby we contribute everything to make the nation viable, and we are relegated at the third position, or even worse than that. We can do it ourselves. We have the number, we have the workforce, we have the knowledge, we have the wisdom, and we have the blessings from Chukwu Kabiama, who made us his children. Nnamdi Kanu has also sacrificed more than what we can ever quantify to ensure that Biafra is revived. Up until now, the name Biafra was like a taboo in Nigeria. If you mention Biafra, you'll be arrested just for mentioning that word. But today, because of the work Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB has done, Biafra is on the lips of everyone. People have found their lips again, they have found words again to talk about Biafra without fear. Thanks to Nnamdi Kanu, thanks to IPOB, and thanks to Chukwu Kabiama, who made it all possible. We will never forget to pray for Nnamdi Kanu wherever he is now, that Chukwu Kabiama continue to strengthen him. He should know that we have sworn an oath never to abandon him and never to abandon Biafra. And that's what we have been doing in his presence and in his absence. It is Biafra and nothing else but Biafra until freedom is finally achieved. We are going to do everything possible. This particular DOS of the indigenous people of Biafra and all the IPOB family members worldwide, we are working in tandem, relentlessly, and we are unstoppable. Our short-term objective is to get Nnamdi Kanu released from detention. Even now that the UN has finally spoken, thanks to our collaborative efforts from every angle, because the war to restore Biafra is fought on many platforms. So I am giving thanks to all of them who have been working assiduously to ensure that this struggle remains successful and is kept afloat. Nnamdi Kanu shall be released unconditionally. That is our short-term objective, and he is going to come out from detention with Biafra in his terms. So therefore, I am encouraging you all never to back down. We have come a long way and we have crossed the Rubicon, never to go back again. Biafra is almost here. If you are following the news of what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria, they are facing unprecedented calamity in every sphere of human endeavor. They are, what you call the foreign reserve has dropped to the lowest since independence. The debt servicing of what they have borrowed is more than what the revenues they are getting on daily basis. I can tell you categorically that the zoo may collapse before the end of this year, because you cannot run a country without money. The lenders are no more lending money to them. The reason why they are facing all these calamities is because they are holding the anointed one in DSS dungeon. And because of that, Chukwu Kabiama has placed a curse on the zoo. The best thing for them to do is to let Biafra go if they want to remain as a country. As long as Nnamdi Kanu is detained unconditionally, detained illegally, detained and kidnapped and tortured, kept in a solitary confinement, the zoo will never know anything peace of the progress. They are going to implode, and it's about to happen. So Biafrans, we need to raise up and get ready to represent Biafra in anywhere, anytime from now, because very soon we are going to be free. I want to also remind all of us that Bead is very important because it's going to be taught in our schools when Biafra is restored. Bead is going to be the curriculum because without our history, we are not going to know where we come from and where we're going and what has happened to us. Those who fail to learn from history is going to repeat itself. And we are doing that so that we are not going to repeat history in our own lifetime. So I'm encouraging all of you to keep doing that good work because victory is at hand. And Biafra, as we know it, is going to begin from now on to progress because what we have started is by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama. We didn't do this with our own initiative. It was Chukwu Kabiama that called Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu called us. We are led by one spirit. And those who have been in this struggle since for the past 10 years will understand what I'm talking about. We have come a long way, and very soon our victory will be achieved. So let us from now on remember to do whatever the leadership asks us to do. Let us continue to pray for our leader. Let us continue to expose the infiltrators in our midst. Those who have come to do the work of the enemy, pretending to be one of us, we have to be vigilant to identify them wherever they are. Because it's not going to be business as usual. Our eternal leader, Dim Chukwemeka Odimodu, suffered a great deal of trouble in the hands of these saboteurs and infiltrators in his time. He hasn't had the opportunity to bring Biafra to the fore before the world. So the media blanket that was placed on Biafra was the reason why the needed help did not come from nations around the world. That's why our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, after studying what happened during the war, why we lost the war, he made a roadmap that we are going to start with dissemination, and that's what Bead is doing. We are disseminating the history about Biafra and what is going on in the so-called Nigeria, the flight of Biafrans, the silent genocide going on, the ethnic cleansing that is going on in our land, which is also aided and abetted by the hand-picked caliphate subservient leaders we have in our land, who are not interested in the welfare of our people, but in their own political careers. So we have managed to bring Biafra to the whole world. IPOB is visible in more than 100 countries around the world and counting, registered and operating legally. So for that reason, we have made it possible for Biafra to be a phenomenon. Almost every country in the world is aware of Biafra, and at the same time we are making diplomatic contacts in case Biafra is restored. We are going to have a lot of friends among the nations. So having said that, Bead remains very important in the history of Biafra, in the Biafra Restoration Project, and we are going to ensure that we continue pushing forward until our freedom is finally achieved. So thank you once again for attending this special event and continue doing whatever you ought to do. Biafra is already here. It's just a matter of time. All hail Biafra, and thank you for listening.
Azamani, thank you once again for that inspiring encouragement We are really honored. Thank you very much on behalf of the US. God bless you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm asking William Shepherd to quickly address us. You've unmuted now. William Shepherd. William Shepherd, can you just say hello to us, please? Can you hear me? William Shepherd. That Dr. Shepherd? You have unmuted. You could unmute your video as well and say hello to us, please. Can you hear me? Dr. Shepherd? That Dr. Klein Shepherd? Send me a text. Or tap. And then we can then talk to them. Dr. Shepherd. Dr. Shepherd, can you talk to us, please? Okay.
I'm going to save them a message to give us extra 2 hours because of their system.
Yeah.
Let me see what we see.
We'll carry on. Yeah. Mute and Dr. Shepherd, once more, can you talk to us, please? Okay. All right. So I'm trying to get Professor Effiong on board. Whilst waiting to get Prof. Effiong, CJ, are they not hearing us? Dr. Shepherd, are you hearing us at all? Okay, so we'll put something else. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to begin to round off.
Yes, please.
Because thank you all for your great patience. And if there's any other person, if Dr. Shepherd is ready to talk to us, we'll do that. I think I've got 5 minutes to talk about the Humanitarians.
People are living, you know.
Yes, I have heard. Give us an opportunity to catch up. So we have 2 things to do now. We can stop now, or we are asking them to allow us to go to eat. That's when we book for. We've got 1 hour to tidy up. Those who haven't had a word to say to us, this is the time to do it. I'm going to call, because we've been talking to the veterans, I'm going to ask Nze to come to us. Yes, Nze. We have another time. Nze, you want something to say to us about the war?
Oh, okay.
Yes, as a veteran.
Why not? I'm a veteran.
Because it's too late.
Yes. Yes. Happy Obi!
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Happy Obi! Yes, when they called me, they said, "Oh, are you a veteran?" Yeah, maybe I look too young to be a veteran. Yes. If you could remember quite vividly, when the prof was speaking, there was mental war and there was physical war. Some of us that were born babies during the war grew up within the war, and by the time the war was over, then we got the reality. People like us didn't know when the war started, but we know when the war finished. So, in that capacity, I'm a veteran. Because I passed through the war without fighting a bullet. And I survived the war without fighting a bullet. Happy Obi! I will tell you briefly my own experience. Because over the years, I've reflected about it. I experienced, my family went through the crucible. I experienced my senior sisters sleeping in the bush, running away from the Nigerian soldiers immediately after the war. I saw that. And that engraved in my brain. Up to today, has never disappeared. I saw Gary Gabon, yeah, that we were fed. And I don't know how I survived, but thanks to my mom. Because I was the last child of 8. And I could see my mom would tie some salt in her wrapper. So to put in my food, so that I can get the needed calcium. So, there are so many levels of the war. Some of us that experienced the war through this inhuman treatment, and the work of the humanitarians, because it was through the humanitarians that some of us survived. How did we get the food? How did we get the salt? It was those unsung heroes, I call them. So when we reflect, there are so many people we should be thankful for what they have done. And I'm so grateful for the humanitarians. Those of them who took some of my colleagues. I saw some of my colleagues return from Gabon. I didn't know there was Gabon. They put a tag on them, looking for their families when they arrived. So I asked them, what happened? They said they went to Gabon because they developed the sickness called kwashiorkor. And if you know, one of the says is elephantiasis of the stomach. Another one call it protruded belly. All right? But it's all about kwashiorkor. So please, the essence of what we are doing in IPOB is what we are hearing today. From our brother, Dele, you had what he said. History is so powerful. I consider him as one of the dangerous people in Nigeria, because he's telling us the history that Nigeria banned. That is the reason why they banned the history. Because after listening to him, in fact, you would like to move. Without the history, how can we say we are IPOB? It is a history that engraved the philosophy of what we are doing. So I enjoy everybody to be part and parcel of this Bead, because without history, we'll go nowhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, so I thank you very much. It's what we call, what is it, Ogueri generation.
Yes.
Ogueri generation. Ogueri means the people who survived the war, the people that the war did not take out or eat. So Ogueri generation. So we're privileged. Thank you. So we're now waiting for Prof. Effiong to join in and round up this talk today. Prof. Effiong could have been talking to us after we had more lectures, more talks. Whilst I'm waiting for him to come on, I'll just make a list of those who helped us, the Humanitarian we've been hearing about, which Prof. Ewa mentioned. The circle, which Dele mentioned, is very interesting. They reduced us to a dot. In my talk, it was going to be the encircling glue. Okay, so they start from the outside, they encircled us until the dot disappeared, basically. But the interesting thing about the dot, within that dot, you have within the dot so many graduates, so many engineers, doctors compared to the other parts of Africa, reduced into that dot. And then it vanished. But it didn't, because we have of early generation. So we're really grateful for the survival that occurred. But the people to thank for, as Prof. Ewa mentioned, are those Easterners, because everywhere you go, they recognize that you come from a village, you come from somewhere. So when they ran away from the north, they went back to their village. Unlike in the Ruhangan scenario, when you have a crowd of people leave the country, it becomes a crisis. When the Igbos and their brothers and sisters left Nigeria with 2 million refugees, they didn't have an international assistance. They were absorbed by the Easterners. So when you talk about those who were helping to cushion the impact of this tragedy, remember your brothers and sisters. But when they ran out of things to give, they gave and they cannot give anymore. I'll give an example. As a refugee, you ran to other parts of the country, and when you got there, somebody took you in, okay? So that was part of the factors that cushioned the impact. But when we ran out of that and the ever-decreasing circle, then the outsiders saw what was happening, and that is when they stepped in. Mark Press was the press agent, publicity, which Obi was going to tell us a lot about. I'm just going through the list, who really made sure every member of parliament got a leaflet about what's happening in Biafra, so they can't deny they didn't know. I'm still waiting for Prof. Effiong to come in. Then you had a 9-year-old child called Melanie Nix, who said, why can't people come talk to the Pope about Biafran children being killed? So a group called American Committee to Keep Biafran Alive got together and sent her to go and talk to the Pope, a 9-year-old. She went there and asked the Pope to talk to United Nations, write to the President of America, and other people to make sure Biafra children had some food. It had an impact. So we had the Catholic also did a great deal of work in helping. So they were involved. So a 9-year-old went there. A 7-year-old and a 4-year-old Biafrans went in a big gathering, in a church gathering, and they read the sermon which says, feed my people. So that activated a lot of people helping Biafrans. Then you had the Jewish community who reflected what happened to them, and they decided that they're not going to stand idly by their neighbors being killed. So they collected money and they handed it over to the Christians to distribute at will. That's right, remarkable for a Jewish community. Then you had someone from Israel, Abi Nathan, who sold his restaurant business and his other business and decided to go to New York, use the money and to make an advertisement on a newspaper. He spent about 5,000 or so of newspaper advertisement and raised £20,000, which he gave for Biafran food and medicine. So, and then each country, Canada, they were so enraged at what was happening, they were lobbying for the parliament. The British went and stopped them. The Germans contributed more money than any other country that we know of during the war. So there are so many stories we can tell you about what happened to us. Has Prof come in? Has Prof come in? Did you let him in? Has Prof come in? No. Okay. Right. Okay. So one more person's coming. So the list literally goes on. And what about ordinary Tom, Dick, and Harry? They say in the UK. Well, there's a lot of people who went on the march. Children went to the march on the pram, in the schools, in hospitals. People actually went to the supermarket and helped to pack foodstuff so people dropped some change for the students in their holidays. And the students were therefore collecting cans of beans and cans of anything people would give away at the supermarket. So there's so many mobilization that was occurring because they didn't want Biafrans to die. Even a housewife wrote to the president and said, I was watching these Biafran children on the television and they were starving to death. and I didn't find it, I couldn't eat my food. Here is $20. Make sure you send it to Biafra. So the story could be here all day. Prof. Effiong has just come in. So I'm now going to introduce him, and then he will talk to us about what he has prepared for this occasion. Suffice it to say that his father was the general that took over from Ojukwu and signed the surrender documents. He complimented and praised the joint church aid, because all the aids combined and they form a joint church aid. They purchased planes, and that plane was nicknamed the Jesus Christ Airline. And they were, as a fly food in, they were being shot at and so on. So his father thanked them when they were surrendering to Nigeria back again. So it's now pertinent that in our talk today, Professor Effiong Jr. will address us about what he calls the sacrificial giving. Thank you very much. Philip, are you there, Prof? Can you hear me? You can unmute yourself and address us, please. Prof. Effiong. Prof. Effiong, you're there. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Okay, there he is. The Prof has been, we had a long fight today with the technicalities. I'm very, very sorry about the mismatch. We're going to get a refund back, I think, but that's another story altogether. Fine. So please address us, Prof. You're blessed and you're welcome for being with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. You were required to unmute myself.
Okay, I see.
But I can speak to you either using a PowerPoint or I don't need to use the PowerPoint. It depends on what's... actually, let me use the PowerPoint because I do have one or two images.
So you have to co-share and then...
So if I can...
We need to make
permission to share my screen.
Yes,
Make co-host.
Make it co-host. You're going to be made co-host,
so you can share.
And then you can share.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you're free to do that, and then you're going to do share, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I titled this Grateful for Desperate Kind. And it's kind of a play on words, which I'll explain shortly. And the subtitle is Witness to Sacrificial Giving. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of Biafra. I want to thank the technical issues myself, but that's okay. I'm taking care of it. I want to thank the organizers of Biafra Education Awareness for having me participate in what I consider to be a very, very pressing and important issue. And I'm glad that we are getting to this point where, as we address this narrative, we begin to look at it from various perspectives. So thank you for Biafra Education Awareness Day / dissemination. Dr. Okachi Lewis, who I've spoken to, and others who I may not have spoken to just yet.
Recording in progress.
What I'm going to do is focus on philanthropy briefly as a critical and unappreciated counter to widespread political, economic, and military cruelty. Many times we talk about organizations like African Union, United Nations, leaders to come forth. And then in the process, we tend to marginalize philanthropic and humanitarian efforts. I will briefly acknowledge the faith-based origins of philanthropy. The humanity and viciousness of the genocidal attacks against our people, which you've probably addressed in detail. which has been erroneously referred to as a civil war. There's nothing civil about it. I will also refer to the sacrificial and risky humanitarian efforts that were made on our behalf, and the need to honor, memorialize, and mourn the philanthropists. There are certain words I'll use interchangeably, like charity, philanthropy. They mean almost the same thing. Charity is really just immediate relief, while philanthropy means helping people in the long term. In each instance, they're humanitarian service, meaning that whatever phrase or word we use, they ultimately express the value in human life and the sacredness of human life. Now, my title is A Play on Words, and it's in reference to a biblical statement taken from Jeremiah 17:9. And let me make it clear that I'm using a biblical example because that's what I'm familiar with. I am not in any way disregarding the fact that we come from different religious and spiritual backgrounds. But I think the wisdom of this statement can be appreciated by anyone, regardless of your background. The King James Version says, "The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?" The New Living Translation says, "The human heart is the most deceitful of all things and desperately wicked. Who really knows how bad it is?" I have been compelled to reflect on this statement in recent years, and I've asked myself, why should the Creator say this about their creation? Because after all, Jeremiah was a representative of the Creator. Where does the Creator come to that point where the Creator says, I am disturbed by the cruelty of what I've created, which is actually beyond understanding. And human beings seem to accept this philosophy, because if you ask many people who is your best friend, they say that the dog is our best friend. People don't usually say human beings are our best friend. We say that that the dog is our best friend. Isn't that interesting? We don't say it's our neighbor. We don't even say it's our family members. Many times we say broadly that it is the dog, not the human being, as if we are conscious of the fact that there's something deep-seated in human beings that can be very hateful and desperately wicked. The good thing, however, is that in Christianity, just like other religions, there's always a counter to evil. So it's not all bad. And in Christianity is manifested in the mission of the Messiah, Jesus the Christ. But in various religions, we have that counter, something countering evil, which for me is very encouraging and reassuring. Because I don't think I want to wholeheartedly embrace Jeremiah's assertion. And so I asked the question, in the next slide. In the previous slide, I say, are we inherently wicked? In this slide, I say, are we inherently kind? Despite widespread evil, is evil really an aberration to human existence? Is it something that's not natural to us? And thankfully, humanitarian work is evidence that the heart can be desperately kind. It can be desperately wicked, but it can be desperately kind. As a matter of fact, charity is etymologically linked to Christianity and Christian law, the word charity. If we go back to Old English. Now, we still regarding religion, we can think of the role of missionaries in freeing slaves, what I call slaves taken through the Atlantic slave trade or the Indian Ocean slave trade. Or you think about works like the work done by people like Mother Teresa, a Christian, Catholic from Albania, who sacrificed her entire life to serve the poor people and the disadvantaged of India and people everywhere. The good thing about faith-based philanthropists is they are not swayed by religious, cultural, racial, or sexual identity. Those who came to Biafra didn't care whether people were practiced traditional religions or whatever brand of Christianity they may have practiced, whether they were Presbyterians or Methodists. They didn't care whether they were atheists, and that's the good thing about faith-based philanthropy. Which is not to say that we don't have non-faith-based organizations that also provide humanitarian work. There are many. I have to say, however, that unfortunately, unlike the service provided to us during the war, a lot of non-profits, philanthropic, humanitarian organizations are driven more by profits, which is sad. Of course, I'm not saying all of them are. But fortunately for us, those who served us did that with absolute, without any interest in self-gain. It was sacrificial and very risky. And so I end this slide by saying, what does desperately wicked have to do with this? Desperately wicked, when we look at the events that happened to us, when we look at the war crimes, the Asaba massacres, for instance, the bombing of civilian populations, the starvation policies, the economic blockade, that was desperately wicked stuff. Or think about something that's not often talked about, and that's Britain's 1968 quick kill policy. I don't know how many people are aware of that policy, which they sold to Nigeria, and it was a term to describe its role in intensifying the supply of arms to the federal side to facilitate a quick end to the war. But what did that mean? That just meant facilitating the violence and viciousness that was unleashed on our people. Do it, destroy their lives quickly so that the war can end quickly. And then we think of some of the desperately wicked things that happened even after the war. The abandoned property, scenarios in 20 pounds compensation, how insulting. No effort at rebuilding infrastructure, rehabilitating the people that were physically and mentally maimed, and we can go on and on and on with the cruelty that came after the war. So my question is, was this done out of love for us to ensure that we remain a part of one united Nigeria? Because that's the argument. Or were these really acts of desperate wickedness beyond comprehension? And those are rhetorical questions, and you can answer them however you want to. Now, before, during, and after the war, a few million people died, but thousands more, thankfully, were saved, because even though the desperately wicked exist, so do the desperately kind. And that's what we benefited from. Sorry. Now, when we, before I discuss this slide, when we think about some of the arguments that I used to justify the war, they say it's for unity. But of course, the events started before the war. So that whole argument about unity is so insulting. We know that if we didn't have the resources that we have in our part of that thing called Nigeria, that nobody would care about us or visit us or have anything to do with us. Now, I witnessed a number of things during the war, and I witnessed starving children. Well, I remember the first time I witnessed starving children. This was when we lived in Umuahia, the valley in Umuahia. I remember staying with my brothers, and we saw some children in the valley near our home hunting for grasshoppers to eat. And I understood that things were getting bad, and that hunger had become began to be a problem because in the camp where we live, the soldiers, the feeding of soldiers had dropped. They were being fed at first 3 times, then 2 times a day, then 1 time. Then at some point, the soldiers virtually had to start fending for themselves. So when we saw those children, we had a cousin who was living with us who went and now stole plantains from the house and shared it and gave it to them. I went on to witness other instances of starvation when we eventually lived in a place called Ifakala. At the time we were homeless. I think this may come as a surprise to people that, and I'm not saying I didn't enjoy privileges. I did, and I'm thankful and grateful for the privileges I enjoyed and the fact that I didn't starve. And thankfully, there were many others who didn't starve for a variety of reasons. But at some point, when Umwanya fell, we were homeless, and we were accommodated by my father's first ADC's father, who had been a successful businessman. And we stayed in this place called Ifakala. I believe it's in modern day Imo State. It was a village, but it was one of those places where the war hadn't gotten to, the enemy had not overrun the place. So as long as the people had access to their waterways and land, they actually were fine. But you had people coming from other places who had been devastated by the war or whose areas had been overrun by the enemy. And as they ran away, they came to places like Ifakala, and that created refugee problems because they didn't have land in Ifakala, they didn't have homes. And so camps were set up in Ifakala, and on one of our visits to those camps, I saw this child, and the image of that child has stayed with me. And the reason why I put the image of this child here is because this is exactly what the child looked like. You know, his hair was thinning, it was turning red, his legs were very, very thin. His stomach was massive, and when I saw him, because I was a child myself, I was frightened. And one of the ladies, the attendants at the camp, came up to the child and asked him, "Ijo milik?" I think she pronounced milk, milik, because that's probably how the child pronounced milk. She said, "Ijo milik?" The child said, "Ijo milik." And I was staring, and she went and mixed powdered milk and gave this child, and as he started to drink the milk, I became so frightened because his stomach looked so congested, and I didn't understand how the stomach could still accommodate anything. I thought it was going to explode. Anyway, the long and short of this is, at the point after this first horror and shock, we eventually got very used to events at the refugee camps. Many times refugees died, and when they died, the news would just come that a child has died, and then we'll run down there. And we'll see the child, usually it was a mother, thrashing around and weeping, and other relatives, because most of the boys and men were away fighting. So it was usually women and children. We got so used to it, death didn't mean anything to me and my brothers and my cousins. Who were staying in Ifakala. And we got used to everything, including the smells, the sickness, the death. But there's something else that stood out for me, and that is the hope of these refugees. Many times they would gather in the evenings, and then they would begin to sing these Biafran songs. And there's one, I can't remember all the words, but a line always stood out for me. They say, meaning that in spite of their pain and suffering, they still believed that Biafra had what they needed for sustenance. It was just, it was deeply moving. And after so many years, these images continue to have a hold on me. These refugees ultimately relied entirely on the relief that the humanitarians supplied. And we shouldn't forget that. And while I thank the Humanitarian. I also want to thank those Biafran soldiers, some of whom are here at this session, because the areas that Biafran soldiers were able to protect from the enemy, those areas, apart from humanitarian relief, those areas helped to keep people alive. Because like I said, places like Ifakala, for instance, and other places like that, as long as the people had access to land and their waterways, they could feed themselves, if nothing else. But anyway, to look more closely at the work of these humanitarians, their tasks were very, very dangerous. And I see that in your program, you actually represent someone whose book I have here. David Curran actually sent me this book, found me on the internet and sent me this book, Far Away in the Sky, a memoir of the Biafran airlift. And his story, captures the story of the activities, a lot of these daring but very desperately kind philanthropies. The planes they used for relief flights, many times they were in bad condition. Many times they were fired at. And David Curran talks about, he also helped with some mechanical services, apart from flying relief to South Tome and back. I mean, from South Tome to Biafra. Sometimes he would help with providing mechanical services for these planes, but it was always dangerous. There was nothing like a safe distribution of relief to our people. The Uli airport itself, which was used, was also constantly attacked. Sorry, before I continue, I think as a co-host, there's a message here asking me to admit one Felix. Can someone else do it? Because I don't know which Felix is. Okay.
It's done.
Thank you.
It's done.
Okay, but Uli was always under attack, and Uli would be bombed, and within hours, the Biafran engineers and volunteers and humanitarians would patch up the areas that were destroyed, and they would continue to use the airport or airstrip, whatever you want to call it. Perhaps some of you are aware of an international record in 1969, with a crew of Swedish, American, and Norwegian citizens was shut down by a federal MiG war. The MiGs were purchased or given by Russia. This is just one instance. There were many other instances where these people died. And what I like about this program is that we need to now begin to search for them. Some of them, but we need to search for more and memorialize them. The risks they took, the self-sacrifice is beyond it's beyond understanding. And a lot of them, remember, were not from our part of the world. They came from somewhere else. They were just driven by the fact that they had a fundamental respect for the sacredness of human life, regardless of race or culture. This is a lesson for us. This is a timeless lesson for us. And of course, there weren't only foreign volunteers. We had people, local volunteers, who, for instance, took care of our refugee camps. And refugee camps, like were also attacked. And refugees were killed, but even after they were attacked, the volunteers that survived, the refugees that survived, were now taken to a new place where new camps were set up. So this was an untiring effort. And when we talk about service, when we talk about Christian service, sacred service, humanitarian service, this is the ultimate. And but we thank God for desperately kind, which counters what I mentioned earlier, which is desperately wicked. So, like I said, I witnessed the impact locally. I also witnessed the impact globally. About 2-3 days to the end of the war, you probably are aware of the frantic efforts to get on cargo planes and leave Biafra. Fortunately, my mother, myself, my younger brother, my older brother, and a cousin were put on one of those planes, and one of the places we ended up was the Ivory Coast. And I remember we were now sent to school with Biafran refugees that had been taken there months earlier. And looking back, you just have to be grateful for the efforts that were made by humanitarians to save children. Because when I think of the refugee camps in Ifakalan, I think of the refugee camp in Boaké in the Ivory Coast. The difference is just like night and day. The refugees were, even though they were not with their parents, they were happy, they were vibrant, they ate well, they were very active. They would go out, they would see them playing football, and you compare that with the earlier image I showed of the Ifakala refugee child. It's a reminder of what was done. Because a lot of those children, if they had not been taken to the Ivory Coast, some were taken to Gabon, some ended up in Ireland. If they were not taken out of Biafra, they would have died. At least 99% of them would have died. So they were so vibrant, energetic. When we were there, they were even put together a performance. I remember them putting together a show. So you see life being injected back into them, and you see them embracing life that they could never, in a way that they could never have embraced in Biafra because of the wicked attacks that we had to endure. Someone like David Curran, who I mentioned, whose photograph of his book here is here on this slide, former Biafrans, former refugees still reach out to him. In fact, in his book, he has pictures going into some of them. And I'm grateful, I'm so happy that these former refugees remain thankful and grateful to people like David Curran, but there were, of course, many others other than David Curran. Eventually, my older brother and I the war had now ended. We're also taken to Dublin in Ireland through the efforts of the Holy Ghost Fathers. We were very fortunate. And for the first time, we went back to school because throughout the war, we really had not gone to school. So the Holy Ghost Fathers were especially interested in reintroducing Biafran children to an educational experience. And of course, it was limited, the number of Biafrans that they could help that way. But in Ireland, I actually met a number, as a little boy, I remember meeting a number of other young Biafrans that had been taken there to continue their education. In 2010, I attended a conference in Ireland on Biafra. And I met a number of humanitarian workers. Many of them were Catholic priests. And one of them, Father McCarthy, had filmed a documentary which you're probably familiar with, Night Flight to Me, which he sneaked out of Biafra. He gave me a copy, which I still have. And that video, that documentary, did a lot in provoking and stirring the Irish people to provide philanthropic support to Biafra. So they were doing so many things. Flying planes, bringing in relief, making videos, documentaries, and in the process, dying as well. Now, why was Gowan very hateful of them? I think we can answer that question. You want to do things, when you're doing desperately wicked things and someone is doing desperately kind things, you will not like them. Because they're now becoming a problem for you. They're preventing the evil that you want to do. And the audacity of these humanitarians really upset Gowan. I don't think Gowan was necessarily bloodthirsty initially. But the thing about evil is the more you immerse yourself into it, the more you get comfortable. And so a lot of murderers, for instance, were never murderers, but after they murder 2-3 times, they get comfortable and they believe they have the right to murder. So, you know, Gowan, first of all, coming into power on the blood of Easterners, mostly Igbos, and then resorting to this kind of violence in the name of unity, I think eventually he became bloodthirsty. That's my belief. And so he hated the guts of those who had been trying to do the counter him, do the opposite of what he was doing. And so we see his reaction after the war. He harassed, detained, and expelled several of these philanthropic workers, including Catholic personnel. Some of them had been in the country before the war and served up to 20 years. He extended his vindictiveness to countries that had supported Biafra but wanted to provide assistance, material assistance, to our people after the war. He prevented them. And in his broadcast after Biafra's formal surrender, he couldn't suppress his rage against the countries and institutions that have frustrated his 30-month assault on our people. This is what he said. There are a number of foreign governments and organizations whose so-called assistance will not be welcome. These are the governments and organizations which sustained the rebellion. They are thus guilty of the blood of thousands who perished because of the prolongation of the futile legal resistance. I'm smiling because the other thing I need to do is cry listening to this nonsense. You know, he exonerates himself and says, oh, all that stuff that happened to them, it's not because of us, it's because of these humanitarians, these charity workers who provided them with help. It's their fault that these people died. It's their fault that their businesses were destroyed, that their homes were destroyed. It's their fault that their families were destroyed. You know, you listen to this kind of statement, but you know, what do you expect? But anyway, to move on, he hated them, and it should not really come as a surprise. You know, if you think about it, Nigeria has not exactly prioritized humanitarian work. If you look at the destitutes, people on our streets, the beggars, you look at people who are mentally challenged, think about the blind, orphans, think about women and girls who are victims of domestic abuse. Where is it that the Nigerian state has really expressed interest in people like this? And where you have facilities, if you are an orphanage or whatever, they are generally not well taken care of and generally run down. And so, we shamelessly turn to organizations like USAID and Amnesty International to help us, despite the vast wealth in human and natural resources that we have. Of course, I want to acknowledge that we do have some private NGOs, non-profits in Nigeria, run by Nigerians that are actually doing things. But on some levels, the state should be involved. It is their business. But it's not a priority, and so we shouldn't be surprised that for someone like, if it's not a priority in peace times, why would it be a priority in a situation of war that actually normalizes and legalizes violence? Now, moving forward, you've probably heard of the reports by scholars who praise Gowan and his humanitarian and compassionate handling of the end of the war and of Biafra's surrender. This is pathetic, coming from scholars, because I'm a scholar myself. These scholars are really elite scholars who never experienced Biafra, who lost no one during the war. Their communities and people did not endure the type of suffering and starvation and devastation that our people suffered. These are scholars who observe the war from the safety of their communities. For those who were alive at the time, And they also make their brazen claims, like I state here, from the comfort of their research locations, be it a home or formal office. They rarely make any effort to venture. Let them go into former Biafra and carry out their research there. They won't do that. You know, they'd rather stay in the comfort of some distant location and praise Gowan and his administration. What they're doing, like I mentioned, is they're merely recycling information that was advanced by Gowan's administration and blatantly handed to the status quo. You know, their desire to disseminate balanced information is dwarfed by their desire to be politically cautious. I don't know, some of you have probably heard that whole thing about how Gowan loved Igbo people, that's why he dated an Igbo woman. What was her name? Was it Edith or something like that? That is so insulting. That relationship was for his personal, I don't know, fleshly and emotional satisfaction. It had nothing to do with the welfare of people. You know, it is possible to marry a woman and not even like your in-laws. You know, so to say that he's dating this woman, that it shows his love for you, it's so insulting. You know, what did any of that do to prevent the attack on Igbo people? What did that do to protect the lives of Igbo people from 1966 until the end of the war? You know, it's possible. I'm a man. I can date or marry a woman and not even respect me. So the notion that you're married to someone or dating someone means that you love the larger racial or the racial or ethnic community is nonsense. You know, at the height of apartheid in South Africa, even white men claimed the bodies of black women and brown women, but they still embraced the apartheid system. You know, they were still racist. So that argument, you know, I feel insulted by it, and I think Igbos by and large people feel more insulted by it. I do want to say that I again reiterate what I said at the beginning, that we need to memorialize and honor these sung and unsung heroes and heroes whose efforts, you know, sacrifices preserve the lives of thousands of Biafrans. Many died, but many, many more would have died without these people. And what I've done in this section is to go ahead and mention some of them. You know, some of them we still need to find their names, the unknown men and women who run the refugee camps, including some of the more vibrant refugee camps, like the one that was run by one Father Umana at the Tordino. I know Father Umana because he was my parents' friend, but he was also the principal of the secondary school I went to after the war, Holy Family College. So these are known men and women who ran these refugee camps, including the camps in places abroad, like Gabon and the Ivory Coast. We need to celebrate them. We need to honor them. We need to honor the people of Portugal, Gabon, Tanzania, Sao Tome, the Ivory Coast, Zambia, Ireland, France, Haiti, and parts of the US like Michigan, who also came through for us. Emmanuel Morris was, I mentioned him here for a number of reasons. First of all, he provided me the first place I lived in when I came to the US. He was only a teenager, an Anang man, well, at the time he was a boy, who played the risky role of helping to distribute relief supplies across Biafra. Emmanuel Morris is still alive and living in Atlanta. I especially mention him here because he's an Ana and not an Igbo. He wasn't an Igbo teenager. For those who want to make this, it's only about Igbo people. And then there are people like the Swedish pilot, Carl Rosten, who flew dangerous relief missions for humanitarian organizations into Biafra. There's another individual, Martin Wesson. This information was provided, I think, by his son or grandson to me, who also risked his life performing public relations roles and helping to organize delegates to Biafra. There's also Ron Archer, an American pilot who made relief runs to Biafra. I'm mentioning as many as I can. I know that I won't mention all. I've already mentioned David Curran. There's also British medical student, Jonathan Mbache, who died in Biafra when we distributed supplies. Of course, many of us know about Bismarck, the 20-year-old Colombian student who in 1969 immolated himself, went himself to death in front of the United Nations headquarters in New York to bring attention, global attention, to genocide against our people. There are many organizations, the Catholic Church, Caritas International, the Red Cross, World Council of Churches, Holy Ghost Fathers, Joint Church Aid, Concern Worldwide, Catholic Relief Services, the Salvation Army, and many others. The Holy Rosary Sisters at Bead, who were responsible for curing me of a cough that my brother and I had throughout the war. I remember that hospital and its philanthropic and humanitarian services. And like I state here, there are many I haven't mentioned, both groups and individuals. We must seek them out, celebrate them, and show them the gratitude and honor that they truly deserve. And finally, but not least, I am indebted to God, who is referred to by many names, depending on our different spiritual beliefs. The higher power, the Almighty, for the precious gift of life, protection against evil and creativity. I believe it's His love that has created, and the love of His Son that has created the philanthropic work that I talk about here. So on that note, I want to end with a big, much gratitude and thank you. This is not enough. I think this is a good starting point. Let me just state here that I just want to do this on my own, to mention someone who I recognize here. I can't see everybody, but Dr. Ewa Unoke, who has remained very humble about his role during the war. This was a boy, it was only a boy when he witnessed the killing of his people, and he couldn't, he couldn't just not do anything. And he took up arms and defended us. The defense of people like this adds to the humanitarian work that I'm talking about, because we can't undermine, we can't be indifferent, we can't just marginalize the protection to life and property that people like this did. He most likely didn't have to do it, but he did, like many others. And there are others who may be a part of this program who I can't see and who I'm not mentioning. I want to let you know that I and the rest of us remain eternally grateful to you. Thank you so much for your
And I know you're all tired. We can do better than that. Okay, Prof. Effiong, thank you. It's always good to wait to hear from you. And I'm sorry about today's technical challenges, but we got there in the end. All it does mean is that it just opened the avenue for more discussion on humanitarians. I don't think we can finish talking about them. I'm glad you mentioned Bismarck. When I first heard it, say, how can somebody pour petrol on themselves, set themselves alight, the security guard took fire hose to try and douse it, he dodged them. Because he was carrying it back and saying, save Biafran children, save 9 million Biafrans. It's just phenomenal. And it wasn't his fight. He doesn't know who we are. He just got fed up talking to the president. Everybody could talk about Biafra, they ignored him. He killed himself for our sakes. So if you're tired, remember people like that. I'm really grateful because, as I said, we can carry on talking about these. And I move that maybe next year we focus more on this humanitarian. But there's a lot of time. You know what they say in our language, if someone kills a chicken for you and you thank them, maybe next time they bring a goat, yes? So we need to be grateful and show that we're really thankful of those who have to, because you never know, next time we attract more helpers. But thank you. And once again, apologies for the technical challenges we had. It was worth waiting for. Thank you, everybody, once again. Right, so that's it, really. All we have to do now is to thank everybody. Now, let's say somebody I need to thank, especially JJ Man. He made a lot of effort today to come and sing for us and entertain as part of the parcel, just to remember we're all humans. Yeah, so to lift our spirit. He dressed for it. He got the children all fired up, and look what happened to him. But we haven't forgotten the sacrifice he made. There will be more occasions. I don't know where everybody was today. The triple strike didn't help, but we're really grateful. And of course, in our midst still, most people have gone by now, but David will do well, I don't know. We just have to listen to him. And the importance of listening. It's not, so he told us how much those books are going to cost. So you better make sure you've got your copy and you signed it before he goes. And you want to say something? Media? Okay. So let's round off. If you have a song to play for us, that one the children were singing. Yeah. Is it in there?
I think we
Come
are
and bring it.
I don't know.
For us, thank you for being with us for this program. And we promise next year we will have
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Let me see if I can talk to the prof if it's Was he?
just finished with radio.
Okay.
Any other thing?
We've got DJ Man to sing us out.
Sing us out.
Yeah, DJ Man.
Are you singing?
It's the camera. DJ Man, give a round of applause, please. Is that thing still on? Can you be seen in the camera, please?
Oh, hail.
Biafra.
Oh, hail. Yes, so it's a beautiful day. We thank God for today. We had it all. We can see what was done to us. The life and history of Biafra. You know, it was, in fact, it was a great pain that our people went through then. But we thank God today that we are alive. We're going to stand up and make sure that Biafra is restored. All hail
Biafra.
All we need now is to bond ourselves. Bond ourselves. You know, because if you see the broom, when the broom is together, it's very, very hard to be broken. Okay? But when it takes it one by one, it begins to pieces it. So that's the reason why now we need to remain bonded together. Because Biafra is coming for real. If you can see what is going on in Nigeria, you can see that the terrorism going on, that is not sustainable. No country can hold on to that and move forward. So as of this moment, everybody has to answer his or her father's name. All hail Biafra. Yeah, in line of that, I just want to make a little few songs. It's just a call and response kind of song. I want us to do it together. Okay? As long we are together, together, together. As long we are together, one name, okay, okay, let's take it this way. As long we are together, together, together. As long we are together, one name, that's in line of unity, okay? Your response will be Owegi Fezugeme. Okay? Owegi Fezugeme, yo one Owegi Fezugeme. Mane Jeje Manana Owegi Fezugeme. As long we are together, within Nande Ukanu. As long we are together, one day, Owegi Fezuge, Mayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge, Mayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge. As long we are together, within Nande, Hoku Kano Kano, as long we are together, one day, Owegi Fezuge. Mane Jeje Manana, Owegi Fezuge. 5 and 6 staying together, Owegi Fezuge. Loving each other, staying together, Owegi Fezuge. Couple. As long we are together, within Nande, Hokukano. As long we are together, one day, Owegi Fezuge. Owegi Fezuge, Bayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge. I sing it, Owegi Fezuge, Bayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge. As long we are together, within Nande, Hoku Kanu Kanu. As long we are together, one day, Owegi Fezuge. Owegi Fezuge, Bayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge. I say, Owegi Fezuge, Bayo, one day, Owegi Fezuge. Oh, hail! Oh, hail! Yes, so I said Janjaweed, you know, terrorists, grazing route is a terrorist agenda. Waterways bill is what? Terrorist agenda. Ruga Ruga is what? A terrorist agenda. That's the inspiration that come about this song which I released last May, May 14th. By Janjaweed. How many of us have subscribed to that song? You need to subscribe and share. It's very, very important. Because that song is sensitizing us for people to know that it's very, very important. The agenda is one thing to conquer, still kill and conquer. That is the agenda of the Janjaweed. And we will not surrender our lives, and we will not surrender our land. We are going home. We are going home. DJ, can we go? Oh my God.
In the morning, in the evening, I walk away. The terrorist agenda, we are going home. Crazy rules, rule of the killers, we are going home. Jaja, we are going home. Why is going home? Jaja, we do not. We are going home. Bye. Jaja, we are going home. I remember the prophet of Prophet it shall come to pass when someone else is not such as sin as the paradise. Compared to the calamity coming upon Nigeria. I bless Nigeria with all I have. Check the lights out. Only I will show you what Nigeria. God has spoken. It's a man. Power, kaka. We are going on. Please subscribe and share. Share it until you get to Aso Rock. God bless you all. Clap for yourself. You're wonderful. You're wonderful. Bless you all. Bless you all.
Vote of thanks.